Hai. Halo, 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 halo. Yuk. Halo, 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 halo. Tar dulu, guys. Gue lupa rubah ini, cok. Misi kambing harusnya ke... Lah! Gue belum bisa daily ke... ini. Fontaine. Kok gue belum bisa daily ke Fontaine? Yo, halo semuanya. Malam, 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 malam. Halo, 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 halo. Halo Arsen, halo Iqbal, halo Nonchan, halo Boboho, halo Aldi, halo Iksan, halo Banteng. Ya, malam-malam semuanya guys ya. Halo, 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 halo. Tamatin story dulu. Oh, tamatin story dulu. Oke, 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 oke. Oke, oke, oke. Iya, iya, iya. Emang bener kita gas story ya. Oke, malam ini seperti yang ada di judul sama yang gue nyanyiin kemarin, gue mau tamatin Act 2 malam ini kalau bisa. Kalau enggak ya udah lanjut besok lagi. Gue nggak tahu bisa tamat malam ini atau enggak. Let's see. Ya, gue juga lumayan tertarik sama story-nya, maksudnya lo udah lumayan ke hook sama story Archon Quest-nya. Seenggaknya bisa gue bilang kayaknya sebenarnya monster sama Lia masih oke sih. Kayaknya paling bagus story di Fontaine buat sekarang. Tapi bedanya dikit sama Liwe Monster. Liwe strong di akhirnya sih, di akhirnya bagus Liwe. Tamatin Act 2 ya. Kalau ada Conquest ketemu Catherine, komisi di Genshin ini. Oke. Gak ada net explore dulu sampai buka reputasi dulu sebelum reset weekly. Bener juga loh. Gue udah weekly belum ya? Belum kan ya? Oh iya, gue belum weekly. Bener. Berapa persen baru kebuka? Lama kali kebukanya. Lama gak sih? Berapa persen baru kebuka ini? Reputasi, guys. Yang cacat dari store-nya Fontaine sejauh ini cuman pertamanya sih. Kalau bisa gue rubah, kalau misalnya kalau gue pengen rubah story-nya Fontaine biar lebih menarik, itu kita nggak usah ketemu siapa-siapa dulu di awal. Baru sampai ke Fontaine, baru tiba-tiba disambut sama si Furina. Si Furina ini apa minta, maksudnya bikin kegaduhan kan. Terus ya udah kita jadi pusat perhatian. Nah, ketemu sama lyney di tengah jalan situ yang lagi nyiapin konsernya. Ditolongin kita sama lyney. Ditolongin sama lyney karena si lyney-nya tahu kalau kita traveler. Saya kan dia Fatui gitu loh. Jadi ditolongin aja. Kayak gitu aturan lebih bagus. Malam-malam nol. Akhirnya beli motor Yamaha R. Alhamdulillah. Semoga berkah motor lu. Nah, terus saya bawa pok Archon ngajak gelut malah takut sama dual blade. Iya, aturan pas di ini ngajak gelutnya pas di kota, terus dibantu sama lain tiba-tiba kita kan, itu bagusnya. Kalau kayak gitu bagus tuh. Iya, pakai nyalain Paimon itu agak kurang deh kata gua. Walaupun mereka emang sengaja kayak Furina itu PPG gitu kan, directionnya kayak pengen Furina itu ya gitu, berotak Furina. Cuman agak kurang tetap di awal. Tapi pas pengadilan seru sih. Yang MVP, kalian tau gak sih Furina? Gue suka sama karakternya Furina. Maksudnya walaupun kayak gitu, menurut gue dia penulisan karakternya bagus banget si Furina, actually. Penulisan karakternya Furina bagus. Dia punya personality yang kuat gitu loh, dibandingkan sama char-char. Kata gue yang paling kuat personality-nya tuh Furina deh sejauh ini. Karakter Genshin, gak ada lagi yang lain. Venti di bawahnya. Furina Venti. Menurut gua. Walau iya, tapi bagus ininya. Bagus apa ya, karakter ininya, writingnya, personality-nya semua dapat. si Furina. Menurutnya yang dapat banget itu si Furina. Habis itu si ini apa? Navia dan 2 pengawalnya. Jadi nggak bisa gue pisah tuh. Navia nggak. 2 pengawalnya actually bagus juga di selama quest. Nahida ampas, cok. Nahida sampah kocak ininya. Tulisan karakternya nggak jelas di awal. Iya, Silver sama si siapa namanya, Melus. Mereka bagus, cok ininya. Ininya apa penulisan karakternya. Iya, best karakter minor sejauh ini. Dapat ininya apa dapat pembawaannya istilahnya lah. Pembawaannya dapat semua. Nggak ada yang lebay, maksudnya nggak ada yang berlebihan, pas porsinya pas. Terus setiap bagiannya mereka itu bagus, kayak voice aktornya juga bagus. Keren aja, dua pengawalnya itu bagus. Jadi nggak cuma Navia doang. Navia juga lumayan, maksudnya oke di sini. Oke juga si Navia. Kagak, bukan subjektif, cok. Gua tanya, si Nahida pertama kali muncul di mana? Banyak yang nggak jelas tentang Nahida, cok. Kayak Nahida itu di carry sama apa ya istilahnya ya? Sama lore. Ngerti nggak? Dia di carry sama lore. Maksudnya secara karakter tuh kurang. Secara personality karakter kurang, cok. Ini cok, objektif, cok. Di carry secara lore, ngerti gak sih? Lore Sumeru, lore-nya Sumeru cukup bagus buat nge-setup si Nahida, karakter ininya si Nahida. Suka kucokin telur gitu. Terus sampai bonus sekali, nyapa sekali. Baru gabung waifu kok, the fuck, very nur. Lu waifu nggak pernah ada yang normal ya, bangsat. Oke, gue delete dulu, guys. Ya. Well, overall menurut gue cukup puas. Walaupun ada beberapa yang gue kayak dikit lagi bagus banget nih di story Archon Fontaine ini, tapi untuk sekelas Genshin yang selama ini kita dikasih Inazuma sama Sumeru sebenarnya udah oke. Cuman masih Inazuma yang ampas banget. Jadi seenggaknya ada peningkatan ya. Dari apa namanya? Ya Allah, tadi gue lupa daily pakai Kirara, nggak ada yang ngomong. Gue lupa daily pakai Kirara, cok. Nah, ini benar Banteng, benar ya. Emang nenek-nenek si Nahida itu. Dikerupung Raiden mah sampah, cok. Ada di sini yang bilang karakter Raiden bagus. Penulisan karakternya, personality-nya, karakter development-nya ada yang bilang bagus, goblok itu kalian bilang bagus karakternya Raiden. Kalau ada yang bilang karakternya Raiden bagus, goblok. Literally yang ini gue bukan bias, yang nge-carry story-nya Inazuma Yae. Yang paling kuat personality-nya di story-nya Inazuma itu literally Yae. Nggak ada lagi yang lain. Yae doang. Kokomi nggak jelas. Siapa lagi? Kazuha di awal doang. Siapa lagi yang lain? Nggak ada, cok. Yae doang, cok. Nggak bisa ini gue. Nggak bisa dibantah. Kalau ada yang bantah kalian ini. Literally. Denial. Nggak bisa dibantah, cok. Yae yang nge-carry Inazuma. Dan bikin janggal itu pas landing aku masuk ventilasi yang menuju. Iya, cok, itu kayak nggak dicurigai gitu. Ngapain dia ngeliatin itu? Apa namanya? Authorize apa? Ya itulah. Mereka minta tolong doang. Kalau nggak ada Yae, sampah banget itu ini story Inazuma. TP enggak lah, TP B aja, Cok, penulisan karakternya. Kayak dia ngapain sih, TP ngapain coba? dia ada di situ cuman sebagai emang bener-bener kayak karakter pendukung gitu loh. Emang itu tujuannya, maksudnya kayak ya udah sampai situ aja skopnya dia. Kalau Liwe bagus, Liwe sebenarnya. Yang kurang itu pas sama Zhongli doang sih. Yang kelamaan kita bareng Zhongli, ya nggak sih? Lupa gua ke Liwe. Cuman ending sebenarnya Liwe itu dia pelan, awalnya pelan. Enggak, awalnya tegang kan, habis itu turun. Cuman endingnya bagus banget Liwe. Endingnya bagus banget Liwe. Di carry sama Childe, sama Ningguang dan lain-lain. Itu battle-nya masih tetap seru tuh. Kalau Mondstadt awalnya sama kayak Liwe, awalnya lumayan bikin ke hook, tengah-tengah turu. Habis itu endingnya juga lumayan, cuman nggak sebagus Liwe. Jadi kalau gue mau ranking Archon Quest itu buat sekarang ya, gue belum tahu Act 2-nya. Fontaine, Liwe, gue nggak tahu antara Mondstadt atau Sumeru. Kayaknya gue bakalan tetap milih Mondstadt ya, baru Sumeru, baru Inazuma. Ending Mondstadt lumayan bagus, Cok. Actually, gue bakalan pilih Sumeru baru Mondstadt. Karena gue baru sadar kalau misalnya kita, literally guys ya, yang bikin story-nya Mondstadt panjang itu kita ya. Kalau kita nggak ganggu si Venti, padahal di awal kan si Venti harusnya udah nenangin si Devalin. Tapi kita muncul kan dari hutan. Nah, kalau kita nggak ganggu, sebenarnya udah kelar tuh story-nya masalahnya sama Devalin tuh si Venti. Cuman kita datang ngeganggu, ya. Ya, jadi Sumeru, Mondstadt, Inazuma. gue baru ingat. Itunya di situ. Bener juga, bener kan? Kita kalau nggak ganggu nggak bakalan ini, Cok. Nggak bakalan udah kelar masalahnya, Cok. Literally si Venti udah mau kayak megang si Devalin kan, masih kepala kepalanya. Kita datang ngeganggu bangsat. Kalau quest Santo Kazari itu pertama kali di Inazuma bagus gitu. Yang itu Kazari iya itu bagus. Cuman itu bagus si Kazari bagus. Cuman habis itu formula questnya Kazari dipakai berulang-ulang. Itu di mana? Di mana dipakainya di ini? Ada lagi kan quest yang kayak gitu tuh. Bisa saling bawa petaka di tiap region, iya, Cok. Ada traveler nggak mancing Paimon, iya, Cok. Iya. Kalau nggak mancing Paimon sendirian kita. Pas story Asda soal ya ini kan kita ngomongnya Archon Quest, itu kan story ini karakter. Jadi beda. Archon Quest. Kita khusus ke Archon Quest aja. Actually Aranara bagus loh, guys. Aranara bagus. Mulai Aranara itu menurut gue bagus banget awalnya ya. Cuman makin kesini ya karena terlalu panjang, jadi turu. Sebenarnya kalau nggak terlalu panjang, Aranara itu bagus loh. Awalnya kalian tau gak sih, gue pertama kali ngejalanin Aranara itu kayak gue mainin game klasik JRPG gitu loh. Pertama kali inin Aranara kayak kita ketemu sama siapa, Rani ya namanya. Rana, ya itulah. Terus dibawa ke ininya desanya, ketemu sama ini di desanya, bla 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 bla. Klasik JRPG gitulah. Suka gue, kalau gue sih suka awalnya ya. Cuman kesananya terlalu panjang, jadi turu. Padahal udah bagus sebenarnya kayak si Rana kejebak, maksudnya kayak harus diselamatkan kan si Rana. Cuman terlalu panjang. Kalau nggak terlalu panjang, bagus Rana actually. Gak apa nyasar ada voice-nya, Cok. Enggak, walaupun ada voice-nya tetap terlalu panjang. Primonya ke sebaik itu tapi benar. Story Nahida katanya bagus. Muka lu nggak ada, Cok. Story emang Nahida punya story quest? Nggak ada, Cok. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4 doang. Story quest yang belum gua nih. Nggak ada anjir story quest yang Nahida. Kacau juga lu ya.
One with wind and cloud. Remember, help comes first.
Emerge.
Berarti belum kubuka Apep. Di map di dunia gua nggak ada itu Apep. Nggak ada Apep, guys. Di map di dunia gua. Ngebug anjir. Udah gua bilangin ke Mihoyo. Ya Allah. Om suka desain Ruka Devata, dilihat satu wujud. Aslinya aja kagak pernah, kocak. Kau so festering nggak sih pos om? Ah. Oh iya anjir. Kok festering? Oh. Oh iya. Pantesan ada yang aneh guys ya. Nggak apa-apa, mau festering mau si pos, IR-nya ya gue tetap 120% ya. Nggak ada masalah.
Right now, right here. Here comes the cash. Quietly now.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Right now.
One with nature.
Gak ada hubungannya coy, kocak. Si pos atau festering tetap 120 IR-nya ya gue.
Taking a turn for the better.
Storyteller paling seru menurut gue siapa? Yang paling seru? Entar dulu. Storyteller yang paling seru? Pertanyaan yang menarik. Kalau ngelihat yang udah kelar di mana guys? Gimana sih kalau ngelihat yang udah kelar? Ngelihat yang udah kelar di mana? Bukannya ada ya? Oh ini. Wait, emang kita di story quest-nya Ember? Oh ini yang di awal banget ya. Penti yang bagian pertama lumayan oke. Ntar dulu. Story-nya Mona yang mana ya? Oh, ya. Penti yang bagian pertama lumayan oke. Albedo. Gue lupa albedo yang bagian pertama yang mana ya? Hutang, Yelan bagus banget. Yelan actually bagus banget story quest-nya. Yelan. Ini 2 PPG, ini juga PPG. Ya yang mana ya? Kok gue lupa story quest-nya ya yang mana ya? Oh, yang ini kan ya. Oh ya gue ingat. Gak terlalu ini. Kazuha yang mana? Anjing ini yang bikin berat nih bangsat. Bikin 100 giga tuh ini nih guys. Udah lewat masih gak bisa dihapus. Bicara yang Kazuha. Dari sini. Oh, yang dapat ini. Enggak, itu yang dapat itu kan yang bagian kedua kan. Yang bagian pertama yang mana? Oh, yang itu. Oke. Yelan doang kata gua dah. Yelan aja. Yelan kayaknya Yelan deh. Kayaknya gue bakalan bilang Yelan. Oh, Yoimiya 2 gue belum. Yoimiya 2 gue belum. Ya, banyak juga yang bilang Yoimiya 2 itu bagus banget ini ya story-nya. Cuman gue belum. Kalau yang gue udah Yelan sama Fenty maybe. Itu gue lupa itu yang mana ya? Iya, karena NPC-nya kejam loh. Ada yang kejam coy NPC-nya di Yelan tuh. Siapa lagi namanya lupa gue. Itulah. Yelan bagus. Kok satu doang bukannya Kazuha 2 ya? Satu ya? Pengen bilang santai masuknya ke Archon Quest. Ya. Ya. Mungkin kalau yang gue udah ini Yalan sama Penti. Itu pas ya lu LB. Yang mana? Anjir gue lupa itu, Cok. Yang mana itu? Ada cookie nggak sih? Yang ada cookie nggak sih? Kazuha satunya ngikut ke Archon Quest yang sebelumnya. Iya ya, itu ya, ke situ ya dia. Gabung ya si Kazuha. Yang itu tadi yang ini kan yang Ishin, yang apa yang pedang merah. Paling berkesan susah angkat Eula gitu.
Right now. Right here.
Bangsat juga sih Eula tiba-tiba ngeluarin susu kambing.
Into the wind.
Emerge. Right here.
Kalau yang ikut itu bareng Elan yang event. Terus yang mana anjir sih itu? Wah, sumpah gue lupa itu, Cok. Yang mana?
Mind the side effects. Seems like
Right now.
the wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud.
Right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Itu dia yang adu kombang, Cok, sama dilempar garp. Oh, yang itu. B aja sih. I mean, iya bagus, tapi bukan yang paling bagus. Maksudnya nggak gua nilai sebagus itu. Bagus sih actually. Ingat gua. Yang masalah warna merah sama warna biru, actually itu lumayan oke. Cuma tetap topik gue tuh Yelan sama Venti. Banyak yang bilang gamenya bagian 2 bagus banget, cuman gue belum. Yang paling boring itu Archon Quest-nya Ayaka sama story quest-nya Ayaka sama Raiden yang bagian 1. Itu asli ngebosenin banget.
Adorn my night.
Ngebosenin banget itu.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
One with nature. Taking a turn for the better. Clouds high. The birds call.
Ha! Right now.
Mereka ngajak makar malah AFK itu. Nggak, itu Archon Quest. Kalau story MC yang mana yang paling bagus? Maksudnya story MC kambing? Maksudnya yang ada maksudnya yang ini yang fokus MC. Gimana? Ya gitu. Kita nyelamatin Oni biru, iya. Iya, kalau Navi nggak FK.
Right here. Right now. Emerge.
Into the wind.
Game set. Find silver. Quiet the man.
Story Chile versus New Villette.
Right here.
Chile versus New Villette. Oh, lu spoiler lah ya lu kambing. Itu yang di trailer kan?
Right here.
Untung ada di trailer kambing. Kalau nggak ada trailer udah gua time out.
The wind knows me. Remember, help comes first.
Emerge. Right here.
Belum sampai situ. Untung ada di trailer ya. Kalau nggak ada di trailer lu udah time out kambing. Yang didatangin pasti dikasih story tentang abis. Yang tentang dance slave maksudnya. Aduh, crit rate ya. Gue nggak butuh crit rate kalau pakai ini mah. Tar, warrior Tesla apa sih asiennya guys? Project Ember. Tapi kayaknya gue warrior Tesla tetap pakai Blizzard deh. Udah crit damage ya? Oh, berarti masih oke lah. Kecuali kalau dia crit rate baru turun. Gak ada di trailer. Ada tuh yang si Cile nantangin ini nih, Violet. Pusat conquest, iya. Mau kelarin. Biar bisa daily di fontaine. Biar nggak ke spoiler lagi dah. Dan kada muncul di fontaine belum lah. Dan itu Mr. Orwild anjir. Ada di mana-mana, Cok.
As one with wind and cloud.
Quietly now.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Emerge.
Yang Den, banyak yang bilang story Den di Sumeru bagus. Story Den di Sumeru, iya ya, story Den yang di Sumeru lumayan oke. Ya tentang Hilicur itu kan. Lebih sering muncul ini Cok, Skara daripada Cilde. Lebih sering muncul Skara daripada Cilde, kocak. Dan elemen Quantum benar. Dan seleb elemen Quantum. Gue Super Wall, buka lu Super Wall.
Right here.
Gue pernah baca dari mana gitu kalau Catherine itu buatannya si Sandron. Ya nggak sih guys? Bener gak itu? Gue pernah baca di mana ya? Nonton kah? Apakah gue lupa? Atau ada yang bilang kah? Viewer. Kalau Catherine itu bonekanya Sandron. Sandrone.
Fallen leaves adorn my.
The doctor will see you.
Taking a turn.
Tapi jelas kalau Catherine, iya, Catherine kan boneka Snesta ya, itu gue tahu. Sandron yang bikin, Cok. Makanya itu jadi mungkin itu alasan kenapa apa Fatui banyak banget dapat informasi kan? Ya karena Catherine. Awal-awal. Iya. Itu gue tahu. Cuman maksudnya maybe please kalau crit damage. Columbina nggak cewek pengganti. Kok cewek pengganti kan Columbina emang udah dari sono ada di situ. Suka desainnya? Enggak, B aja. Sebenarnya awal-awal gue suka desainnya Arlecchino, cuman B aja. Makin kesini makin biasa aja gitu loh. Makin gak ada yang terlalu spesial.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Time to go.
Here comes the cash. Quietly now.
As one with wind and cloud.
Fake sim bukan fake sim. Gue sebenarnya kecewa aja karena dia rambut panjang sih, lebih tepatnya, ngerti gak sih?
Right here. Emerge.
One with nature.
Masih ada ininya, ada belakangnya, ada
Like an emerge.
kuncirnya.
A sight to behold. Right here. Right now.
Tangan Arlecchino burik. Tetap bakalan gue gacha Arlecchino mah. Lynette number 1. Lynette bekas ugly bastard kocak. Masih aja. Bekas dikit gak ngaruh. Itu bisa dijadiin tali pegangan. Oh gitu. Gak ada yang bagus, kambing. Menunggu drip marketing 4.2. Gacha deh ya Wen. Muka lu gacha deh ya. Tapi gue kalau beneran kalah rate off nih amit-amit, kalau gue kalah rate off ini gue memang berharap dapat deh ya. Kalau kalah rate off. Oh ya BTW ada yang ini gak sih? Ada yang apa namanya? Ada yang nonton Gamescom gak sih tadi malam? Bukan tadi malam sih. Ya. Kemarin maksudnya. Itu ada ini guys, ada yang ini, ada game baru itu Project Mugen. Tahu nggak? Ada game baru tuh Project Mugen. Apakah itu Genshin killer lagi? Apakah? Gue nonton om, ketiduran. Saya merasa bakal masuk standar banner nggak itu nggak tahu. Awas aja kalau masuk beneran ya kami. Itu project mungkin guys. Gue actually lumayan tertarik sama konsepnya si Project Mugen. TOF killer. Setara TOF. Mirip kayak TOF tapi lebih polish di apa grafiknya. Mirip kayak TOF cuman lebih ya, smooth aja pergerakannya, nggak kaku kayak TOF. Jadi itu yang kurang dari TOF aja. Pas gue ngeliatin Project Mugen baru gue bilang ini yang kurang dari TOF. Ya kayak lebih ini loh. Ngerti gak sih? Paham gak sih maksud gue? Itu lumayan oke, Cok. Gue lumayan ini dev. Itu artinya kayak ZZ tapi Spiderman. Bukan Spiderman kocak itu karena bisa ini gunung doang lu katain Spiderman bangke. TOF killer. TOF killer ya, bukan Genshin killer ya. Kambing TOF killer. Bangsat, ngapain TOF dibunuh, cowok udah mati kocak. Oke, maybe. Watering Wave killer. Bener, Cok. Kata gue Watering Wave paling di sini ada yang nungguin Watering Wave gak sih? Menurut gue Watering Wave yang paling rendah hype-nya deh. kayak kuring banget gitu gue rasa Watering Wave. I don't know. Karena mirip Spiderman pas awal run, tapi iya. Pengen bikin stage yang ada 2 Frog Boss 1 Lucia. Gak ada. Ini cek Watering Wave. Kacau kocak. Oke. Gue udah ngomong ini ke kalian belum? Kalau ini apa gue kurang tertarik sama ZZZ. Karena karakter desainnya nggak ada yang bikin gue menarik. Nggak ada yang bikin gue tertarik sama karakter desainnya. Udah ya, udah gue ngomongin ya. Dari semua karakternya ZZZ belum ada yang bikin gue ini menarik. Tapi gameplaynya lumayan, I mean kayak persona is gitu tapi turn based gitu kan. Bukan turn based maksud gue action. Kalau persona kan turn based. Iya apa nih? Oh ini yang gratis Bennett ya. Oh ini kalian bisa gratis Bennett guys yang belum punya Bennett ya. Fontaine mati aja dah. Memegang katana gunakan dulu itu siapa namanya om? Si Miyabi. Cuman biasa aja cok, Miyabi nggak gimana-gimana desainnya. Iya kayak B aja gitu loh. Kalau kompetisinya bagus om. Sebenarnya biasa aja juga sih. Kayak gue udah terlalu bosan sama hack and slash. Tapi ya, I don't know. Gue nggak tahu. Gue mesti mainin dulu sih baru ngerasa feel-nya kan. Beda. Soalnya kalau diliatin sama dirasain feel-nya. Gitu loh. Dan gue di C16. Ya sebenarnya sama dengan suatu kali full benar. Bennett udah nyala semua. 2 tahun lebih Bennett masih C2. What the fuck? Kok kemana ngapain aja sih Akids? Sen lo gue banting muka loh. Sama gue yang nunggu-nunggu itu ini dessert apa Crimson Dessert. Crimson Dessert. Itu gue nunggu-nunggu banget karena per abis terus gue lihat grafiknya terlalu gila, Cok. Kayak too good to be true gitu loh. Jadi gue agak ini sih, agak apa namanya? Agak skeptis sama ini Crimson Dessert. PS2 pernah main kau? Enggak. Gue nggak pernah main PSO. Button WN nanti. Open world, iya. Gue nggak tahu itu MMORPG, kayaknya game biasa ya, maksudnya RPG biasa ya. Literally gue nyuri sunset-nya orang. Lo yang punya ya? Ini ada artefak di kota, cok. Nah itu gue nggak tahu Crimson Desert itu MMO atau enggak, MMO atau enggak.
Follow the wind.
Pas dia keluarin trailer Crimson Desert. Iya cok, bagus banget cok. Kopian Zelda dan banyak game lainnya.
Time to go.
Semua kopiannya Zelda aja bangsat. Beda lah. Sama sih, maksudnya Zelda yang mulai sih sebenarnya. Karena ini juga kopiannya Zelda bangsat. Cuman bagus aja Crimson Desert. Ini kita ngapain? Pergi ke markas Spina. Oke, kita mau lanjut ARCHON quest. So, musiknya kita matiin. Kita lanjut ya kayak. Grafik iya cuk, kayak terlalu overkill aja, kayak terlalu bagus gitu loh.
Let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Iya, Wuthering Wave.
But let our guard down for
Bukan Wuthering Wave bukan MMO.
Shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus.
Focalors Spina di Rosula.
Let's continue, traveler.
Yang Wukong gimana menurut gua? Bagus. Bagus kok, kelihatan oke. Cuman nggak tahu pas di game-game Souls game. Kenapa Souls game maksudnya kenapa game-gamenya FromSoft itu populer banget? Maksudnya kayak literally masterpiece, menang Game of the Year apa itu semua karena feel-nya ketika dimainin itu bagus banget. Maksudnya kayak dapet banget ininya. Jadi bukan cuma secara grafik. Lu lihat aja grafiknya Elden Ring. Kalau lu bandingin sama game-game, maksudnya bagus banget grafiknya Elden Ring, tapi kalau lu bandingin sama game-game segenerasinya masih kalah. Cuman bukan itu yang dicari dari Elden Ring, Cok. Tapi gimana mereka bisa ngebuat satu world building yang gila
Time to go.
segila Elden Ring gitu loh. Terus dapat ya atmosfernya dapat semua. Oh, ini kita ke selamnya ya? Bener gak sih? Bener deh. Ada chest nggak di sini? Jadi gua ngelihatnya banyak banget soalnya yang niru Souls-like kan. Apalagi nih nanti ada Lies of P, game itu juga Souls-like juga, ada Black Wukong. Literally banyak banget yang niruin. Cuman apakah dapet semua feel-nya, ininya, atmosfernya, bla bla bla. Ceritanya bagus gak? Storytelling-nya, bla bla bla. World building-nya dan segala macam. Bossnya, combat experience-nya itu yang paling penting karena combat experience-nya game-game dari FromSoft itu gila semua. Jadi itu yang dicari, Cok. Jadi bukan sekedar ini doang. Orang miskin semua ini ya. Ini slums-nya kah? Atau ini maksudnya orang-orang pada tinggal di sini atau gimana? Nggak ada bisa diajak ngobrol, Cok. Tuh. Ini kayak gini seru, NPC banyak. Iya, mana sih Sili? Berenang kali dia, mandi kali dia. Mandi kocak dia, berenang aja gitu.
Time to go.
Tempatnya Sili, Cok. Ini sederhana nggak matre. Iya, high mekanik banget sih. Souls game high mekanik banget. Gue disuruh kemana? Ntar dulu, gue mau ke atas. What the fuck? Kura-kura kambing. Mana saya toko? Literally gue mencuri lagi, guys. Curi sama-sama kura-kura.
So, this is your
Wajib beli, oh gitu.
Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best.
Penonton
plan.
kecewa nih. Oh, kamarnya kumuh gini kami.
Have been a little tight.
Lagi agak susah dana.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from
Semua
citizenry
masyarakat.
who support us.
Apakah Navia
Everyone.
adalah contoh yang tidak mungkin ditiru sama pejabat-pejabat di Wakanda?
To be honest,
Dia apa sih,
I thought
pejabat
the
ya? Pejabat
situation
lagi,
was a lot
bangsawan kan
better
dia?
back when my
Ya nggak sih?
father was in charge a few years ago.
Pegawai Navia asalkan, oh gitu.
I'm
Nah kan
afraid
gak enak juga. Masa lu tiba-tiba
your father, he
bau
was the
sampah?
previous
Masa lagi tiba-tiba beraksi cium bau sampah, kocak masa pakai masker?
Mademoiselle, if
Kacau
you
juga
allow
lo.
me to explain.
Nggak kayak gitu, kocak.
Oh, no.
Masa
I'll
bau
explain
got
it
lu
myself.
ciumnya?
I suppose
Kacau,
I
Jir.
couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this
Ya
is
kan di
something I
negeri
hope you
Wakanda,
can
kocak.
understand. My father's name is Callus.
Kalas.
Yes, the same
Si
one they
pengkhianat
call
di jalanan.
Callus the
What?
unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was
Tidak membunuh
accused of
temannya sendiri,
murdering
namun
his own
papa
friend.
memilih dua pertanyaan kehormatan daripada
He
menjadi
chose a
terdakwa di
duel
sidang
to defend his honor instead of standing
di
trial.
arena.
He died in the duelist's ring. Oh no.
Si Starel suka ini.
But I do not
Silly
believe
dong.
my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up.
Imagine kalau kita barang sili. Bobo ini, Cok. Bobo sampah. Hidup sederhana, oh gituan. Bang gue yang bilang langsung lo tuh tandain apaan? Oh gitu.
At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Makeupnya mahal tuh si Navia. Iya, Cok. Makeupnya tebal,
I
Cok,
still
si
don't
Navia tuh.
understand why he did that. How
Jelek
could
sebenarnya
he
dia, guys.
protect
Cuman
his
makeup doang
honor
ini.
if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Ada petunjuk kenapa dia berbuat kayak gitu.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
Sudah coba Navia JP
That's right. Also
di
tried to
trailer doang.
investigate the murder my father was
Inggrisnya
investigating.
bagus, kocak, guys.
But I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something.
Iqbal
They
ngajak
must know what
Biro.
really happened. Was my
Iqbal suka.
father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive.
Berhubung banner nanti gratis,
Even hid the
Bennett
fact that
maksud
my
tuh,
mother
yang mau
died due
coba
to
siapa tahu ya kan
complications when giving
Dapcian
birth to me.
Bennett lucu, bro.
And now,
Malah
here I
Dapcian
am
Bennett lu
investigating
tiba-tiba.
his death.
Pam.
You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Kafka juga, mana ada Kafka make make up, kocak. Dia cuma pakai lipstick doang, kocak. Ini tebal make up, lu lihat itunya lah, mukanya lah putih banget, Cok, dibandingkan kulitnya. Kelihatan, kocak. Ibu-ibu ini nggak biasa dengar bahasa Inggris, Om. Iya, Cok, sedih banget gua. Apa yang menjago banget bikin orang susah ya.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Ternyata
I
bapaknya
also will never believe
si
that
Milus.
Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder
Callus si
case for
pengkhianat
him to
karena
be
kedua
dubbed
sudah pasti
Callus the
pembunuhan.
Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our
Makeup kayak sinyan
strained
gitu lah,
finances
itu lo yang
at
ngomong,
present.
kocak.
Wait, if Callus was such a good
Minimal
man,
kayak Dehia lah.
wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of
Kecanduan
drama. It's
drama.
not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil
Aku
turn
pengepung
over a new leaf.
JP.
but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind.
Literally saluran air di belakang kita guys, rumah kita. Bau tai, kocak itu tai-tai semua tuh lewat situ tuh.
Deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing.
Halaman Mon.
Master Callus's opponent
Chlorine?
in the duel
Klorin deh.
was Miss Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as
Dia
good
bunuh
as
Calus
saying
dong.
that she was the one who killed him?
Bagus Klorin deh.
That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move
Wait,
on from.
ini mereka umurnya berapa sih?
Miss Clorand has always
Atau
placed great
pas baru
emphasis on the
kemarin-kemarin ya.
honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and
Soalnya
greatly
tapi melihat
respected
diri yang
him,
begitu teguh
but
di arena.
seeing how he was resolute in the
Yang ini
arena,
bocah beran.
there was only ever one choice.
Navi 18 kata siapa? Navi 18 kocak.
It's not that I don't understand.
Navi
Gretel,
tua, udah tua kocak ini mukanya.
but I just can't deal with this yet.
Minimal
Don't worry, Navia.
inilah
How
kakak-kakak
you feel? You don't have
baru
to
lulus
force
kuliah.
yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Oh.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh,
Kayak
Papa.
siapa, Chris?
What madness drove you to
Yang
ask
ibu
the
dari
person who
F2P
killed
gitu.
you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the
Ini
information
seumur
I
sama
wanted
Kafka,
to share
kocak.
with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Everyone's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Bibir oh. Baset banget sih Wan, lihat tuh. Di mana ya kamar gua? Sono kan? Oh, gua disuruh ke sini tadi. Istirahat di kamarmu. Kita tanya dulu si Silver.
Whether it be responsibility
Oh,
for
iya.
Spina di
Silver
Rosula
Wolf.
or Master Callus's, this won't do.
Lu itu sampah, tau nggak sih? Lor Noir. Siapa tuh sih ada pesan-pesan penting, guys? Siapa tahu ada si ini kan? Siapa gitu muncul namanya? Postier. Lin. Ada chest nggak sih? Ada kayaknya ya.
Time to go.
Actually ini lumayan oke ini atmosfernya.
Follow the wind.
Taruh. Gue yakin di atas ada sesuatu. Gue yakin di atas ada sesuatu. Tang, ya kan? Pasti kalian ada yang kelewat.
Fateful off.
Gue yakin. Ya nggak sih, kambing? Keren aja, lumayan oke buat ini slums. Lumayan bagus. Oh, what the fuck? Duit tuh. Udah explore, yo, udah explore. Katanya masa lalu Korona juga diculik om. Diculik sama siapa lagi? Sama gue itu culiknya. Udah explore nih bos. Referensinya dari bahasa Perancis iya, dari bahasa Perancis. Ya soalnya share padahal. Temen pakai voice Inggris bang. Gue lebih suka voice Inggris buat Archon Quest ini sebenarnya karena suaranya Nefilet sih, JP-nya Nefilet ampas. Makanya gue ganti English biar nggak dengar suara JP-nya Nifilet.
To go.
Tapi malah
Now
lumayan
send them
voice
back to
English-nya.
Poisson.
Jadi ya udah kita
It's
voice
Mina
English
de
aja.
Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Baik ke Poisson,
There's not much for
Poisson.
them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here?
Yang baru Semir itu bagus banget kayak ginian loh maksudnya.
I just returned after going out for a while. I did some
Harusnya ada
investigating
sesuai region.
yesterday regarding the
Gitu.
name Vache.
Jadi bahasa Prancis di sini aturan
You
kami.
didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Pas ya.
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone.
Kayak Eser pindah ke Genshin kayaknya Om. Nggak Cok.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have
Apa?
been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have
Oh iya,
a
maksudnya
match
via Ian ya.
anywhere.
Ya bener.
I
Saya
suspect
kayak
that those
bukan
behind
pindah,
this
Cok.
have
Maksudnya
already
mereka
taken
emang
steps
udah
to
lebih
hinder
bagus milih ini.
investigation from this angle.
Directionnya sih.
But
Istilahnya itu direction
does
guys.
prove
Suaranya mah
that this
bagus-bagus aja.
Vache
Cuman
person is a key
directingnya
witness in the
kayak
incident.
mau dibawa kemana ininya, pembawaannya kayak gimana, harus ngebaca dialognya ini bla bla bla, kayak gimana nadanya, intonasi segala macam
There
itu.
is one
Itu
ray of hope.
tugasnya
One place in Fontaine
director.
that they would find almost
Kayaknya kan mereka
impossible to
ganti ini deh
threaten,
director deh.
no matter how much they wanted to.
Punya terdan ya.
And that is the archives kept by Chief
Betul ya,
Justice
request pakai
Lynette,
voice Sunda, muka lu
a
voice
place
Sunda
where
ya.
detailed files on all
Main
the
Hai
cases
3
in
nggak ada Hai
recent
3.
years are kept. If the
Di mana udah Jerman, oh
overseer
gitu.
Lynette is one of the young
Di Semir
women
udah
who went
Arab.
missing
Ntar amin-amin
recently,
doang kita,
we should
amin.
be able to find some related information there.
Itu lucu banget.
So
Jokesnya
nevertheless,
baju-baju
he owns
anjir.
an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Gue kira Genshin mulutnya masih nggak
Aren't
sinkron.
you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No,
Hai 3 ada
it's
suseng
nothing.
loh.
Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Gue nggak suka ininya Hai 3 sih. Apa ya yang nggak gue suka ada rating? Gue dulu pernah main Hai 3 guys dulu. Cuman berhenti gitu loh. Kemana? Ke atas. Ke atas ya? Di atas kayak ini? Oh, iya.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Baju riset tua sekali. Bangsat lu ya. Ya dulu ada jokesnya baju-baju itu. Yang ada orang Arab datang, padahal dia cuma ngobrol doang, yang lainnya pada amin-amin semua. Itu ngakak banget, Cok. Padahal orang Arabnya cuma ngomong biasa. Bangsat. Amin. Amin.
Time to go.
Di sini pasti nggak ada yang tahu baju-bajuri. Apalagi kayak si Wawan, si Chris.
Please
Sedih
state
banget
your
hidupnya,
business
Cok.
here.
Cok.
The Chief
Nggak pernah
Justice
nonton
is
baju-bajuri,
presently
anjir.
occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that
That's a different
Nervalet's
sound.
files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Kelihatan tua lo muka lo.
Huh?
Skip. Literally baju-bajuri tuh ini, Cok. Dia pinggir jurang juga rata-rata ini
Who you
jokesnya.
are or who you might be related to, our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline too.
Udah tuir bang muka lo tuir.
Yep, Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack
Aldean
jokes, I
Temon.
can point you towards the exit. Unlike some,
Ih, sedih
we're
banget hidupnya
beasts.
anak zaman
Obviously,
sekarang ya.
you
Ih,
don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is,
suruh kata-kata pinggir jurang
Don't you
dipakai
remember
ya,
us
Cok.
from a few days
Dulu mah
ago?
nggak ada kata-kata
we were
pinggir
at the
jurang
trial
aja.
of the great magician Lyney.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Lyney's attorneys. It's all coming back
Gue
to
tau
me now.
baju-bajuri.
We're here today to report an
Office
archive some
boy.
information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
OVJ top tier sih masih. Ya, OVJ
Of
mah
course. Don't worry. We're here on official business.
peak-nya. Kata gue peak ini peak
Well,
komedi
then
tuh di
I'll let
OVJ,
you
Cok.
through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Pinggir jurang itu apa yang maksudnya yang ini loh, edgy jokes gitu. Bukan edgy sih, lebih tepatnya kayak itu jokes-jokes yang bahaya lah. Masa lu nggak tahu kambing? Gimana?
Time to go.
Ini kita nyari ini kan. Itu juga orang-orang kayak gini ya, pengen ditampol sekali-sekali.
Please come in.
Wih, boleh ini ya. Kita nggak bisa asal sembarang masuk, Cok. Ngetuk dulu. Oke. Nah, ini ketemu sama Nevulet ya. Kalau gua pakai voice JP, muntah gua ntar.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right.
Masa sebelumnya tinggal
Please
Andre
let me
sulit
know
di
how I
KKI.
may be of assistance to you.
VJ dulu, VJ sekarang mah sampah,
So
Cok.
you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an
Vache.
eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key
Minimal di
information
kantor
on
Jin
the
tinggal
case.
masuk, Bos. Iya, Cok. Terus nggak ada
I
Jinnya juga.
see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Ya di sini juga nggak bakalan ada affiliate-nya juga sih ya kalau kita masuk ke sini, bener.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Sebelum Sule jadi sombong. Sekarang Sule udah sombong, Cok. Sebelum waktu Sule masih low profile di OVJ tuh.
Unfortunately,
Makanya dapat lucunya.
I'm quite
Sekarang
certain
Sule
that
garing
no
anjir.
one by the name of Vache has been involved in any
Iya,
case.
sekarang kan
criminal or
gitu
civil,
dia.
in the
Semenjak
past
ini talk
several
show
years.
bubar kan.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Waktu kayaknya masih nginjek tanah. Iya, Cok. Tidak ada catatan di dalam artikel yang kata boleh buat.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Siapa
Is
fasir-fasir
that
ini?
so? All right then. Thank you so
Monsieur.
much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Kalau masukin Jen bisa langsung juga. Fuck. Silakan diminishing.
Ahem.
Gue yakin sih Neuvillette
Miss Navia,
nutup-nutupin.
I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
Stop talking about my father. Langsung diserang si Neuvillette.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Oh,
Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You
oke.
only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Nangis anjir dia.
Why
What the fuck?
didn't
Gue baru
you
lihat
give me the
bisa
power to
nangis.
stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die?
Iya nggak sih?
Despised
Maksudnya
and
nangisnya
hated
kayak
by
gini.
all. Everything was hanging on a thread at that
Oh,
moment.
bagus ya suaranya, Cok.
Just the tiniest
Siapa
effort
aktor?
could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to.
Di JP-nya flat.
Really
Di
have
JP-nya
no
flat.
heart. Then just
Iya,
look
Cok.
me
Bahasa
in the
Indonesia
eyes.
dapat, Cok, ininya.
I,
Feel.
Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
Ya, itu doang itu yang
It's
rusak
not
tuh
so much
immersion.
that you can't feel, but that you would
Telat
never
gitu animasinya,
express
bangke.
anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Oke. Oke. Itu yang gue expect dari storynya Genshin. Kayak dipanggil kayak gitu kan basa-basi doang. Kalau story-story pada umumnya itu ya udah biasa aja. Atau diem doang, lari, pergi. Lalu jadi konfront gitu loh si Nevilatnya sama Navia. Bagus, Jer.
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Hujan. Kemarin hujan.
Now that I think of it, on the day
Ya,
my father
itu
was
gue bilang.
convicted
Kemarin
of
hujan
murder,
mati.
it was also raining.
Oke. Menarik juga hujan-hujan ini ya.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Dia lagi kesusahanmu?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that. But didn't
Nah,
find
anti-sugar
anything
coating,
of
yoi.
value. Oh? Wait. You
Nah,
don't
iya.
mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this
Poisson.
new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Poisson.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Kita pergi sekarang, saya mumpung berdapat ide. Ini kalau gue pilih ini sama aja kan? Coba
Alright,
dua.
then I'll wait for you at Poisson.
Poisson. Hujan, Cok. Di kota, anjir. Nah, gue mau jalan-jalan dulu. Coba. Ih, keren, Cok. Hujan di kota tuh. Coba lihat. Yo, wah keren anjir. Mana udah nggak hujan? Lah. Hujannya cuma di atas doang. Loh, kok berhenti hujannya? Lah. Bisa gitu, hujan cuma di atas doang. Kocak, kocak. Turun ke sini udah nggak hujan, kambing. Tuh. Lah. Mana cerita? Kacau, Jer. Bebek karena hujan terus, Om. Jelas, Cok. Hujannya cuma di sini doang, kambing. Hujannya di sini tuh, literally tuh. Bangke. Nggak jelas. Kambing. Lah. Oh. Lah, aturan gue pergi aja sekalian ya. Malah gue manual ke sono. Ya Allah. Gue malah memilih manual ke sini. Gimana dong? Naik ini ya. Aduh, gue belum ke ini lagi. Dia nggak expert, ada spek lagi expert, makanya di hujan dibikin segitu aja. Goblok banget dah. Udah ribet malah milih yang gampang. Mana bergerak. Ah, gua nggak sabaran nih. Cepet kocak. Ih, naik lift. Aula utama ya. Di bawah ada Mbak Rara, bangsat. Jamin. Ada Mbak Rara di bawah. Si Kobo BG di bawah. Ini apa sih? Oh, siapa habis? Gitu ini kayak ini gitu, stasiun gitu.
Take it easy.
Itu di atas ya. Atau single player ya kalau MMO kesan gak tuh nunggu lift. Kalau MMO gue main-mainin liftnya. Lah cara ke depan gimana guys? Gue kemarin masuk lewat mana sih? Lewat atas kah? Lewat atas gue kemarin masuknya. Gue kemarin masuk lewat mana guys? Ini. Tuh lewat mana? Oh lu lewat atas ya? Lewat sana ya? Di mana nih? Lantai berapa? Lantai 2 ya? Lewat atas guys. Lah. Nggak jelas obvious gue. Renang manual lah. Renang manual kemana, kocak? Jauh banget, cok. Renang manual dari sono ke sini. Bisa sih. Nggak usah. Gue malas. Ntar kalau gue renang, malah gatel explore gue. Naik lift aja dah. Payat dinding. Bener juga ya, mending gue panjat ya. Nah, kobusnya mana? Salah. Ayo. Siapa nih? Partner gua lupa. Lah beda cok namanya. Waduh. Ada waduhnya lagi. Lah, dia nguap pas kerja. Gue laporin nama atasan lu ya, biar dipecat lu kambing. Kita laporin aja dia, guys. Sepertinya beda-beda. Oh iya kah? Ini bangsat banget. Apa maksud lu? Apa maksud lu, Perinur? Udah gak habis pikir gua. Itu ada target tapi belum kubuka. Yang ono. Ada perangan tawarnya. Bangsat banget, cok. Aneh, cok, fitisnya dia. Itu baru dibilang Fury. Ini gue kasih lihat ke kalian. Mana? Ada kalau nggak salah Fury chart. Nah, ini nih. Ah. Ini. Nah. Ini. Gue kasih lihat ke kalian. Masih. Sabar. Ini nih. Tuh. Fury chart. Human, Neko, Borderline Fury. Tuh kalau di tangannya udah ada cakar, kelihatan gak sih di kalian? Kalau di tangannya udah ada cakar udah Fury tuh. Udah mulai tuh. Tuh. More Fury. Ada chartnya. Ini si Perinur udah masuk ke Fury nih, kambing. Kita yang lain tuh masih di sini nih, masih di Neko. Bangsat.
strangers. If you look into the distance,
Kita.
found us, large as a mountain.
Ya maksudnya, Lynette. Kita tanda tanya padahal si Lynette ini juga sakni juga lu pada kambing sama Lynette kocak. Lynette kan kucing. Ini apa neko dia? Sio Furi cok, muka lu Furi. Kan udah ada chartnya tadi kambing. Ini gua lompat aja nggak masalah kan? Biarin dia ngomong sendirian. Bye bye. Gampang Furi, gue temenin muka lu. Very cerminan om.
Time to go.
Waduh, apa ini? Puzzle kah? Lah, pneumosia dong. Waduh. Sok apanya ini?
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Wind strider.
Mati dong beliau.
Gotcha. Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Pur cerminan steamernya muka lu. Naik angkot gak bayar, cok. Iya, bayar belakang bayar itu. Aduh, ini pneumosia ya. Aduh, taruh dah. Masalah pneumosia dah. Kita mau kesini dulu nih. Balok energi usia. Oh, bisa dibawa. Oh, ada giniannya. Ya elah. Nggak perlu charge-nya dong kita. Kalau ada gini-giniannya mah. Mau dibawa kemana nih, Bang? Atas kah? Oh no. Oh nggak, cok. Itu mah Dokulus ya. Ini tadi mau dibawa kemana, guys? Ada kan di bawah? Oh, ini tempat. Kayak tempat tinggal gitu. Oh iya, cok. Oh, ini ada selam juga di sini. Halo. Buat peserta tadi bisa. Oh, yang di sana. Markas Spina de Rosula. Oh, ini markasnya. Gak perlu bawa karakter, gue selama ini jarang bawa pas eksplorasi. Kalau punya Lyney, Lynette easy. Kalau nggak punya harus nyari itu. Oke.
Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Spina di Rosula.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sea.
Dalam saluran air.
But now that
Mau
Paimon has seen
narkoba,
this ship
top
for herself, she's been convinced.
Bikin Titanic kocak mereka.
Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Oh, markas aslinya di sini. AIC. Terus ini ada kenapa ada itu? Di bawah kah? Kalau gua masuk? Lah, gua nggak bisa batalin. No. Lah. Gua malah masuk ya, elah. Ini apaan, guys? Jangan bilang ini ada material-material kayak gini yang harus dicari. Gue belum event, Cok. Masuk. Keren aja, keren bawa airnya. Kon sabar sudah nih MC.
Time to go.
So, kita ke situ. Buat Urio, itu buat Urio. Aduh, mager banget gua. Masa harus cari di dalam air? Gak apa-apa sih kalau kita udah mulai explore. Kayaknya gue explore offline aja dah. Lebih seru anjir explore ini offline. Atau nanti pas Subato, nanti. Kemana ini atas? Kita naik kapal. Serius. Oh, rumahnya. Kira kita mau ini. Nanti.
Balloons, we're back.
Nanti, kayaknya. Aduh, gue kira Pokemon bakal blub di air. Bahasa ngomong tanya. Ngomong kayak biasa. Emang iya? Bisa ngomong kayak biasa dia. Wah, itu fix Pokemon ini, Cok. Demit.
About that, it's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do
Juga
with
ada
water
hubungannya
from
dengan
the
air lautan
primordial
primordial.
sea? You still remember, right, Balloos? On that night, it was raining?
Yes,
Salah.
the case was quite similar to that of Mr.
Lima baru,
Lyney's.
oke.
Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Mungkin pelakunya orang yang sama.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called
Synth.
synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Literally narkoba, kocak.
Didn't that guard
Bukan
guy
narkoba
who
sih,
turned into
ini
water
apa
also
bir.
mentioned that the primordial water could be
Ini
used
apa
to produce some kind of potion?
Hamer kambing.
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water
Kita
from the
menggunakan air
primordial
lautan
sea.
primordial.
If you drink
Amer,
synth for an
literally,
extended
guys.
amount of time, you'll
Kacau
suffer
aja.
many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia
Literally
and
narkoba,
anxiety,
ding.
while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop
Pelakunya
to
lain dijadiin
synth
kambing hitam,
abuse
iya bener.
and called
Jadi
for a
kita bisa
complete
adopsi
ban
si
of it.
Lynette ya.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the
Barang
rest
jual.
of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He
Jack.
felt greatly
Jack
ashamed about
Quest.
his work
Jack.
after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food.
Jack.
But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my
Aku yang sama
father,
sama memegang pistol.
still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lyney's case, doesn't
Pas bebas selain ini join
In both
Fatui jadi
cases,
Harbinger
the culprit
bersendam.
seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have
Kan
any
dia emang udah
motive at
Fatui,
all.
maksudnya jadi Harbinger lang.
Looking back on it, though,
Gak bisa
I
kocak.
now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time.
Seleb
There
pakaian
were
yang tertinggal di
pieces of
tempat
clothing
kejadian.
left at the scene.
Milik orang yang berubah jadi air.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Makanya mau bertekanan dengan ini Tapi mungkin juga pelakunya si orang ketiga.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic
Act 2,
man
iya.
who was
Mau gue
infinitely
tamatin Act 2
remorseful for
hari
his
ini kalau
past
bisa ya.
actions.
Sampai subuh kita.
It's unlikely that he turned on boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however,
Bisa lah ya.
even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice.
Sampai subuh besoknya
Even
lagi
though
muka.
Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has
Poisson.
welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the
Taunya
end?
plot twist si Melus bapaknya Navia tapi menyamar.
Palace the Unfaithful is
Kalau si
still his
pengkhianat
epithet.
masih berkeliaran.
And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing
Tidak ada yang
has
berubah.
changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
Bagus pendalaman karakternya Navia di
This
sini
is
bagus.
indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable.
Navia ini siapanya Serval,
And more
siapanya Serval?
importantly, demoiselle,
Mirip Serval ya?
I think you're also ready to take this on.
Navia Landau ternyata
So
namanya.
you do know something else, Malus.
Yes, I do. In fact, even
Tama,
before that
Tarasin, tidak ada
banquet,
dalam
Boss
kasus orang
already
bilang.
knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
Okay.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he...
Penyakit langka, para dokter memperkirakan bahwa bosnya bisa bertahan paling lama 5 tahun lagi.
The doctors told him that he
Berarti
had
masih hidup bapaknya.
no
Atau udah
more
mati?
than 5
Udah mati
years
kan?
left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away,
udah
all
mati nih.
the danger would pass on to you.
Yeah.
Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard.
Yang ketemu keluarnya kan di
especially
awal
someone as proud
ketemunya.
as Boss.
Udah.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as
Masih
the
lebih baik daripada meludakan
unfaithful
putrinya.
was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
Iya, NPC-nya gacor, Cok. Si Melus MVP, Cok. Melus
So he
MVP, guys.
chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you
Ya,
was not a parasol, but a sword.
Bagus.
If Boss's
Ini,
spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because
Nangis lagi, Jir. Lucu
he
juga
never
ini
thought
Armata ya.
I'd be able to
Animasi
understand
nangisnya.
him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Silver Wolf 5K bener. Useless emang di semua game. Untuk hidup sesuai keinginanmu.
I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced.
Markas tempat musuh berada.
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Silver Wolf FK, Cok.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a
Lah.
mysterious and dangerous organization
Dia kira gua
that's
siapa,
been in
kocak.
operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to
Silver lagi
capture.
jaga di penginapan MC,
But a
kocak.
single
Ngapain kocak
visit to their
dijagain itu?
headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Lyney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Ya.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances
Synth.
case.
You sound like you've put a lot of
Dia
thought
kok jadi malas Archon quest ya gara-gara udah tau ceritanya di sini lah. Kalau belum nggak apa-apa lu skip dulu, kocak. Ini ke spoiler dong lu. Padahal seru loh ceritanya kalau lu ngejalanin sendiri. Daripada kalian nontonin gua guys yang belum, nggak apa-apa ini dulu ya. Apa tutup dulu streamnya. Santai-santai. Daripada ke spoiler, kocak.
Thank you.
Soalnya seru nih, sayang anjir kalau nggak jalanin sendiri. Padahal gue udah sengaja lama-lama main loh ngerjain story Archon quest. Gue kira udah pada ngerjain.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing,
tersangkanya ada 3 orang. Silver Wolf ini yakin.
The first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most. Which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
Terus, ya gue serunya kalau misalnya si Silver ternyata pengkhianatnya, Cok.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using
Mau deduksi gue diuji lagi, mane. Tenang guys, ini langsung first try gue tau siapa pelakunya.
the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate
Kemarin
with
aja
quite
gak lihat
regularly.
pertanyaan kocak.
To think that the
Bacot.
enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along. Among those I
Bahkan
trust
termasuk orang yang
most.
paling kupercaya, ini sulit dipercaya.
Almost too hard to
Kenapa gue
believe.
feeling gue
If you want to
kuat
investigate the
ini ya,
place,
si Silver ya.
take every precaution to not alert the quarry.
Gue bukan feeling gue kuat, tapi gue pengennya si Silver pelakunya.
Extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean
Tembuskan
clearing
namanya
him
Datu
of
dan
blame
pembunuhan
in
Jack
Jacques'
Quest.
death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter
Siram
were
putih jaga sadar
taken
di
into the
bawah
Spina's
perawatan
care.
Spina. Mereka masih tinggal
They
di
still live in
Poisson.
Poisson today.
Poisson.
If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new
Atau-
case awaits, my dear partner.
Si Melus pengkhianatnya, guys.
I
Dia
hope
ngasih
we can
informasi
work
palsu.
together to uncover the
3
truth
orang,
and end
jadi
this
biar dia
case
nggak ke ini.
once and
Ternyata
for
dia
all.
pengkhianatnya. Setelah kasus Kalas. Oke. Oke, ada lagi ini ya. Mana sih? Ya, apaan? Oh, visinya Chile. Gue baru sadar kalau kita pegang visinya Chile, cok. Gue jual aja lama-lama nih vision kambing. Gue jual nih vision. Bisa dijual gak, guys? Kacau, jir.
Who would have imagined that people could... Here we go again,
Oke.
trying to crack it and
Poisson. Punyanya Chile, mau gue jual, kocak. Laku itu.
It is
Tom Minus kayak tahu banget Tom. Iya kayak
Please excuse
dia
me
tahu
and
semua kan.
enjoy your
Maksudnya kayak
conversation
itu
at
tadi
your
yang dilakukan adalah indikasi kalau misalnya kita nggak boleh percaya sama orang terdekat. Maksudnya kita nggak boleh percaya sama orang terdekat sekalipun kan.
Do you need anything from us?
Jadi bisa jadi penjaganya si Navia. Kalau storynya mau bagus ya, kayak si Silver atau si Melus ternyata pelakunya. Karena masa pelakunya orang yang baru muncul, sementara kita udah dari tadi gitu loh. Maksudnya udah ini, udah setengah jalan questnya.
I'm sorry that
Sorry,
I
maksudnya
only came to
pengkhianat.
visit
Apa,
after
ya?
all this time. After what happened,
Gue lanjut nonton Spiderman
I
aja,
didn't
banyak
know
orang.
how
Iya.
I was supposed to face the
Thank you
two of
papa udah ini ya mampir ya.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize.
Lalu dari yang
After
gue
my
pikirkan,
husband died,
really, oke.
Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
Korali.
Aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain
Awas aja kalau si
comes with
Nur bilang
losing a
ini
father so needlessly.
anaknya
You
ini
don't
kambing.
understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift.
Contoh istri soleh janda satu anak
Only the
satu
full
pula.
truth
Oh
could bring
gitu kan.
closure to you and to all of us.
Ini utua, cok. Seumuran nama bapaknya ini kan berarti.
I'm
Navia.
sorry.
Tapi masih gacor sih
Appreciate the
emaknya ya.
sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have
Masih gacor, Cok,
more or
maknya, Cok.
less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father would
Menggoda.
ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would
Tuh,
never go
ini
into the
ini
same
baru
business
anjir, ya
again.
gak sih? Maksudnya model NPC-nya baru, cok.
And felt that he took the idea of providing
Spesial
for
dia.
his family
Gue baru
too
ngeliat model
little.
NPC kayak gini.
For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything.
Baru
So
segala.
when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted
I
it
see.
almost immediately.
Udah lama ditinggal suami pasti, oh
He
gitu kan.
tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
Penitel mau
They found
miril.
out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Balas
Before
RC
he
pakai
left
F2P.
that
Ada
He
peribahasa
told me that
kambing.
he had no choice. It was only later that I
Kalian- kalian berdua.
realized it was his final
Ada yang
farewell to
menetapkan
the two of
Jacques
us.
untuk menghabisi Kalas.
I don't know that for sure, but
I
you
see,
could
I see,
say
I
that's
see.
the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great
Dia
care
mengurus
of
kami
us
semasa
both
hidupnya.
when he was still alive and
Sus.
after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my
Kalau
husband,
benar dia menebas.
most likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama,
Aduh, anjir
why
pikiran
is
gue.
Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Pantesan si Jacques mau ngebunuh si
Things aren't
Kalas ya.
always as they seem.
Udah tahu gue kasusnya,
You still
Cok.
feel like your
Si
papa
Jacques
was
mau
a good
ngebunuh si
man,
Kalas, pantesan
right?
kambing. Jangan-jangan jangan-jangan ini adiknya Navia. Aduh.
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword.
Ini kan payung
He must
atau
have done
pedang.
so to give you a better life.
Oh,
Thank you for
Jadi
everything
mungkin
you
sama
told
teman
me.
bisnis sendiri. Ya
I
gimana ke
will
emosi si
definitely
Jacques ya.
find the
Kalau gue
truth.
jadi Jacques juga lah langsung mau
The current
tembak anjir si
state of
Kalas
things is
kepalanya.
not something I'm willing
Jauh,
to just
jauh.
sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination.
Tuh, kenapa dia kayak tahu banget gitu loh. Nah, enggak. Ini sus, Cok. Kayak si Coralie ini kayak tahu banget gitu si Kalas tuh orangnya kayak gimana, gini. Kacau,
You
Jir.
really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Kesaksian keluarga Jacques. Oke. Terus kita ke
are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Bawa
Laurent should
apa?
be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Oh, dibawa ke
I'll
sini.
get myself together on the
Tak
way.
jatuh dong gue.
So please don't worry.
Oke, ini pelaku suspek 1 ya. Tenang guys ya, langsung first try pelakunya nih.
How may I be
Florang.
of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will
Nih,
milk
bagus
it for
juga
all it's
bahasa
worth.
Inggrisnya aja.
And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after?
Oke.
My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So
Sarung
I
pistolku
grabbed my
lari-lari
holster and
terus.
made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can
Kalau si
understand
Rata ini
why he
lihat gacor
committed
gitu, iya
to the
gacor.
duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as
Kok
well.
kayak serius banget ngikutin story-nya, Kambing? Baru masih dari Florang. Gue kayak serius banget ngikutin story-nya. Mana lagi? Hah? Anjir! Kemana nih gue? Jauh banget perginya. Bos sampo daripada Ace of Prey Sabi kali ya. Ya bos sampo oke. Sebenarnya kalau Ace of Prey S5 better Ace of Prey maybe S5. Itu buat luka bagus sih karena break effect-nya lumayan gede.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Lyney's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of
Channel
my
Station gimana
father's
kabarnya, Om?
case.
Masih ada.
I get
Belum
it.
gua upload.
You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it.
Pertama kali mendengar.
If you want to go through the original files
Kalau ada yang
from
cosplay
your
si Navi
father's
kayaknya mahal
case,
banget outfitnya.
I can help you look for them.
Ya agak ribet ya.
That'd be much appreciated.
Banyak
Thank you.
pernak-perniknya, Cok.
Actually, I have another
Kayak
question.
topinya lah.
Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of
Memutus
course.
Gardamex.
Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Dia bisa ini
You
Gardemek.
see, just
Gardemek, Mek.
recently, we were attacked by a horde
Sebelumnya
of
Gardemek
unnumbered
tanpa nomor
Gardemecs in the
seri
city.
di kota.
So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send
Sus.
them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands,
Dari volunteer
you
jadiin
think
misi
you're
di
out of
GI.
your mind and
Bener
ignore
juga.
it completely. The same goes for me and my Gardemex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can
Mana
promise
bingung?
you,
Belum. Gue udah tahu
those
siapa
mecha are
pelakunya,
definitely
guys.
private units.
Bentar gue bakalan
They're
kasih tahu.
certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both.
Kayak Conan aja dulu, sosok
Not
bilang
to
udah tahu
mention
siapa
it,
pelakunya
though,
tapi masih kurang bukti.
Being in the
Kayak gitu
same
juga gue.
business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Oke. Marcel. Mana Sel? Dia di mana ya? Di sini. Lah, Marcel cewek. The fuck?
Hello, how may I help
Kayak
you?
gini.
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh,
BTW
Phyllis
sih,
doesn't wanna
oh
become
masih
the
ada
top
kayaknya.
of drunkards.
Ini masih panjang guys, jam 1.
Apologies.
2 jam
It's
sabi
just
ya.
how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and
Sama suka
theatrics.
drama, dapat tunjukan heboh.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case
okay.
right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
2 jam, oke.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardemecs. And there was
Untuk minum
also
air
an attempt to
larutan
get me to drink
primordial.
water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a
Poisson.
safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have
Tapi
any
ya
thoughts on my
dibikin agak
father's case?
boring harusnya. Apa? Tapi dibikin agak boring harusnya.
Sorry,
Bagus juga ya.
my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Itu kan dia pakai baju ketat, kocak. Pakai korset. Ya nggak sih?
The Confrérie was
Istilahnya.
responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I
Sama
heard
dia
the
juga nggak
sound
terlalu
of a
gede.
gunshot, and the rest
Taruh
was
ini nggak
history.
sih? Iya kayaknya.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
Mora.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much
Ini
it
orang
takes to
kaya.
clear his name.
Jangan bilang saling bertolak belakang satu sama lain kesaksiannya. Coba gue lihat dulu. Masa adalah ketua Confrérie of Cabrières penyelenggara pesta beberapa tahun belakangan. Pindah di Rasulullah selalu menjaga hubungan meski ingatannya tentang peristiwa kasus tersebut agak samar-samar, dia bersedia memberikan perlindungan bagi Navia. Sus. Jadi gimana cara ngeliat ininya? Urutkan petunjuk bersama Navia.
Who would have imagined? Here we go again, trying to crack it. Paimon doesn't feel like he was lying to us. Paimon? If Paimon
Ada
was
komentarnya, Jen?
Paimon would probably help whoever Paimon finds more trustworthy. Someone like the Traveler. He seems good friends with Navia. Could he really be the culprit? Navia called him uncle. So it couldn't have been him, right?
What?
Navia called him uncle.
Oke. Nggak tahu siapa pelakunya, guys. Dari tadi sebenarnya gue udah tahu siapa pelakunya. Cuma ntar gue bakalan ngomongin.
Take it easy.
Tahu aja dulu.
We've talked to all three suspects.
Oke. Dan
Purely based on
percakapannya.
their conversations with me.
Udah.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to
Oh, ini
find.
first try bang.
But where should we start?
Motif Jakes.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Kalau aku jadi Jakes, tidak akan menembak.
Oh? And why is that?
Namanya kalau nurut dijamin selamat.
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
That's just a theory.
Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me
Mengganggu gua.
quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control
Mengendalikan
privately
ke
owned
Gardamex
Gardamex?
seenaknya gitu. Si Marcel kan yang ini kan, yang kaya kan? Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know
Sebenarnya bukan
Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
salah gue. Berarti Thierry dong.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use.
Katanya orang kaya
I didn't
bangsat.
feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about
Ngaco,
the
ini
metal.
mah scripted kocak.
I also don't
Scripted
think
kan?
he'd be able to keep
Gak mau
that
pasti
kind of
semuanya harus gue
tampering
pilih.
under
Yaelah.
wraps.
Itu scripted kocak.
Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha
Okay,
were
okay.
taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Lah, iya cowok, ini mah harus semuanya dulu.
Florent?
Flora.
It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly, he can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could
Yaelah,
it
scripted
be?
kocak. Sosok ini aku rasa. Gue masih kekurangan bukti kocak. Sebenarnya paling masuk akal sih si Thierry ya. Masalah biaya bisa dibiayain. Masalah biaya bisa dibiayain. Jadi yang bebas dia, tapi bisa dilacak sih. Orang. dia aja pelakunya. dia pelakunya karena dia tidak puas sama Jacques. Maksud gua ya. Enggak, masalahnya jawabannya gak jelas, Cok. Masa gak ada ininya sama sekali? Masa gak ada pembatahannya? Actually semuanya bisa sih. Cuman kalau gue pikir ya, ini asumsi nggak ada yang bohong. Asumsi nggak ada yang bohong, guys. Gue pilih Marcel. Asumsi nggak ada yang bohong dari pernyataannya mereka semua.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is
Bener gak?
indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Easy.
Could we be missing other suspects?
Serius.
Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Emang iya,
Bruce has
serius.
always been very reliable, and his judgment
Saya
about
paling
his
masuk akal, Cok.
trustworthiness
Kalau
has
asumsi
been
gak ada yang
fair
bohong.
and well
First
considered.
try.
When he laid out
Easy
his case for
gini.
the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
Gue masih tetap curiga sama Melo sama si Silver sih. Salah satu di antara mereka berdua. Itu kalau di Conan tuh udah kelihatan tuh pelaku-pelakunya yang botak hitam kayak gitu. Tau nggak sih kalian pernah nonton Conan nggak sih kayak kambing? Di bayangan gue udah kayak gitu tuh pelakunya tuh. Botak hitam, hitam pekat, ininya doang yang ada yang kelihatan apa mata sama ininya mulutnya. Ini botak hitam, Cok. Bukan rasis dong, bangsat. Yang di Conan, kocak. Itu yang sama Silver. Bukan rasis. Karena nonton Conan gak sih, bangsat? Gak ada yang nonton Conan, kambing.
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's
Yang
internal
tahu
affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Markas produksi Sinte,
Yes.
oke.
Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right
Langsung ganti
now.
warna kulit, ada rambutnya bener.
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are.
Lah,
I've been looking for you.
sus.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Ada
We've got
pengadilan
another
lagi.
trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui
Lo
harbinger
lo
called
lo
Tartaglia.
lo 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 lo. Kok ada si Raja Spiral? Kenapa si Raja Spiral, kocak? Nggak crit. Dia diadili karena nggak crit. Karena nggak crit. Masuk pengadilan. Kacau, jir, nggak crit dong masuk pengadilan, kocak.
What? Is that someone you know?
Karena nggak crit, kambing.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of
Lah.
our planned investigations.
Kecil deh.
Right. Because they'll think they've already
Kira
found
penopang
the
yang
culprit.
sudah ditangkap.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Kita bisa saja.
Huh? Split up?
Dia yang ke pengadilan, kita
What
yang
do you
ini.
mean?
Kau pergi ke Arlecchino, aku yang prosedur ke tempat itu.
Just as expected of my
Dari
partner.
tumbal Fatui satu ini.
Since this is a trial,
Takut
about the
nasional, takut
serial
bakal diambil
disappearances
alihnya
case,
Villet.
the culprit's attention will be
Bener juga.
focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity.
Lagi harus macam cip.
All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lyney's trial.
Tenang.
Mademoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Tuh, Silver Wolf. Ini, Cok.
Blue, Silver,
Ini. Sus
when
banget,
did you
kocak.
two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then.
Ada yang satu sangka.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus,
Wih, langsung
we
ini
should
gue.
also
Kemana gue?
the location is
Si Navia udah sampai di pengadilan. Kita explore dulu. Biarin, kocak, dia nunggu kita, kocak. Kita explore dulu. Kan si Navia nunggu kita. Bodoh amat, aku tidak mau. Cepet-cepet. Biar salah tangkap orang. Si Navia nunggu kita, kocak.
Emerge, right here, right
Ini
now.
ada selain baru, Cok.
One with nature. The doctor will see you.
Well, what do we have here?
Oh, waduh. Lumayan. Waduh. Dewa puzzle kah beraksi, guys? Serius nih, dewa puzzle beraksi nih. Yakin. Ya. Enggak deh. Sampai. Terus. Oh, begini, dang. Gue beneran ini dong, beneran explore dong. Taruh dulu. Few moments later, iya guys. Lah, gimana cara? Oh, berdua kah? Ini juga kah?
Take it easy.
Ini dulu. Nah, easy banget. Bodoh amat harus. Kita kira bercanda malah beneran. Ya kan kita explore dulu, kocak itu masih lama. Kocak aquabusnya ke sana itu masih lama. Jalan-jalan. Ih, taruh. Barangin device-nya kocak. Itu gue udah barangin kambing, cuman ngilang anjing. Ih, tolol yang device yang ini nih. Nah. Sebar. Lah. Kalau gua terbang, kalau gua lompat hilang, Cok. Kok gitu sih? Ini ya. Ini. Gua barengin nih. Tuh. Set. Barengin nih. Ya kan? Tuh kalau gua lompat hilang. Oh enggak, ding. Oh, lompat doang, gua nggak boleh terbang. Oh, gua ini apa double klik tadi, guys. Bukan gue yang salah, guys ya. Buzzernya PP gak? Tapi salah desain. Iya benar, salah desain yang desain puzzle-nya kocak.
Time to go.
Terus?
Right here.
Udah. Ya elah, segampang itu. Di gini doang puzzle-nya fontaine. Lah. Kok gampang gini? Ya udah, ayo kita ini lanjut lagi guys ya. Kayaknya si Navia udah sampai tuh di sana pengadilannya. Dari pintu masuk markas. Waduh, berenang gini gitu ya. Jai shish. Cish. Gue pengen ini, Cok. Bentar dulu ya. Sana. Lah, ini.
Finally found it. Huh.
Jumlah game.
So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
Justur tidak mau
Sure
mencolok.
doesn't seem out of. You're right. And Navia's probably arguing up a.
Di blur-nya, hah? Gak bisa lihat dari belakang. Di blur, iya di blur. Pengen ngomong dalam air, Cok. Iya, Cok. Oh.
Again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
Tiba-tiba
To
cilde
be
kami.
perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system or the reason why I'm being charged for something I've never even heard of. However,
Siapa yang nuduh, Cok?
I did
Jangan
hear
bilang
that
si Furina.
people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name.
Yo,
Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Chlorella.
Anjay.
I've got to
Kasih tahu.
admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
Gila, dewa spiral nih, Bos. King
When I
spiral
privately
nih.
sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case.
Gara-gara pakai skill
This isn't
kelamaan.
the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
Eceran dibikin.
No. That's not what I meant.
PP gak si Furina?
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case,
Anjay,
let
semua
me explain
ditantang nih dewa
everything from
spiral
the
nih,
very
Bos.
beginning.
Raja spiral.
The goal of this trial is to
Sebenarnya
determine the
Oxen
culprit
ini dia
behind
ada
the serial
kontrol siapa sebenarnya.
disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
Penonton yang tidak yakin. Penonton yang percaya diri.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Padahal dia tidak mau.
A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience.
That
doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Waduh. Kok begini, YGY? Udah bener kan? Ocha, anda satu lagi yang melakukan protokol. Satu orang itu Marcel. Pilih. Marcel.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Kaget semua orang-orang.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
Loh.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di
Saudara Spina di
Rosula's sister
Rosula.
organization?
Penonton yang sedang berpikir, penonton yang gembira.
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court.
Siapa kos hukumnya, Cok? Masa
Members
sih?
of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right
Ih,
away
Marcel.
so that he may stand.
Bayangin nggak jadi Marcel? Literally tiduran ya. Netflix gitu loh, chill Netflix. Tiba-tiba langsung FBI open up. Ada apa kambing? Kacau jujur, kasihan cok orang tua. Lagi nge-Netflix kocak di rumahnya, kacau jujur.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require
Langsung
an attorney.
dipanggil.
Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience
Udah
doesn't
diam.
even have the big
Udah
picture
diam.
yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Wih bagus suara
Exactly
voice
correct, Your
actornya
Honor.
cok.
I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as
Penemuan tentang
originally
kasus
recorded
itu
by
gimana
Maison
aslinya.
Gardiennage.
Lah.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Oke.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard two
Keren banget
gunshots
ini ya
from the
cok.
courtyard.
Gambar-gambar gini.
When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion,
Oh, ini
and
si Callus.
also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to
Kambingnya
us at
tegang
the
banget
time.
musiknya cok. Serius nih gue nih guys ya.
We should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Oke. Spina Dorsal menjalankan sebuah pesta besar di rumah pinggir milik Confrérie of Cabrières. Ada. Saat surat tembakan dari penyidikan menyebut bahwa Callus yang punya motif membunuh, menghabisi jagas yang sudah mengkhianati. Tapi apakah itu benar? Informasi dari Florent. Bantah. Lah, ya kan dia nggak bawa pistol, kocak. Terus. Lah, bener kan atau di sini baru dia nggak bawa pistol?
The testimony of the
Berarti ini
victim's
dulu.
family confirms that Jacques
Berarti ini
had
dulu.
thoughts of
Terlalu semangat
assassinating
gua.
Callus
Maaf.
when he set out for the banquet. However, unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
Tengok kemungkinan ini. Bukti kuat dari tempat kejadian perkara. Callus tidak membawa senjata saat dia keluar. Selain itu penyelidikan. Penyelidikan baru. Selain itu, penyelidikan juga mengungkapkan kemungkinan adanya orang ketiga saat pembunuhan ini terjadi. Ketika perjalanan saat itu menyatakan bahwa tidak mungkin ada orang lain yang melarikan diri dari kasus pembunuhan tersebut hingga Kales iya benar, cari kontradiksinya. Tapi udah dibilang ya, dia udah bilang anjir tidak membawa senjata saat dia keluar. Lah, masa ini? Ya
A
elah.
pile of clothing was
Okay.
found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces
Direktur
of
rangkai
their
ke
dissolved
Genshin jadi gini om.
accomplice.
Oh masih ada cok. Ini nggak ada kontradiksinya sih. Apa tadi bilang?
This assassin first shot Jacques,
Menembak
then
Jacques
turned to
duluan dan
shoot
akhirnya
Kales,
mengarahkan pisau ke Kales,
only
tapi
for
Kales
Kales
berhasil
to
berhasil
wrestle the
menembaknya
gun from
duluan.
him and kill him instead. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin
Menurutkan
to
si
dissolve
pembunuh,
into water, leading
sehingga
everyone
semua
to
orang
believe
percaya kalau Kales yang
Kales
menghabisi
was
Jacques.
responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Tunggu dulu. Gimana? Gue bingung apa yang dibilang sama si Navia ya. Oh iya. Bahasa membantah. Oke. Lanjut.
So that's what happened.
Penonton yang tersadarkan.
You're telling me
Penonton yang
something
terkejut.
as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory.
Tegang kau
It
bang.
also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective
Cosplay
motives.
Rampo.
I guess they didn't shoot each
Rampo gak
other
masuk
after
akal, cok. Masa udah tahu dari awal
Mr.
kabit apa
Marcel,
ini. Gak jelas
you
cok si
are the
Rampo.
one being
Jangan
charged
diinin
with
ya.
the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just
Dan
said.
tapi tidak ada ucapan
In
yang
fact,
jelas-jelas
there was
mengarah
nothing
pada
in her
benar.
speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you
Apakah ada
have
bukti yang
the
mendukung?
evidence to back
Nah,
up your
buktinya
claims?
mana? Di mana
I'm afraid
buktinya?
not.
Lo,
At least not
tak
at
ada
this
bukti.
very moment.
If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept
mendata
careful records
semua
of
korban
all
hilang.
missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court?
Nah,
If he had testified that a person had been dissolved,
kalau gua
he could have at least
si Kales emang
mounted a
ngebunuh
defense.
si ini
I thought about this
Jacques.
too, and the answer
Kayaknya.
is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret
Tapi
for
nggak,
the
Deng.
true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to
Ini
see,
sidang
but
atau
he
lenong?
chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house
Iya. Bagus juga si dialognya si Navia ini ya.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist,
Purina
I've fought
sama
many
Colorin.
battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all
Sampai
for
titik
the
penghabisan
faintest
agar
hope
bisa
to
melanjutkan
continue
hidup teguh
living.
bergairah.
Some were determined, others passionate, and
Yo,
some
ih.
even manic
Sheesh.
and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping
Gak, gue
to
nggak bisa
live
fokus
or
lihat
if they're
Colorin deh
looking
guys,
to
sumpah.
die. I hereby swear on my name and
Pandangan gue tuh
honor
gak
as
bisa
a
ke matanya,
champion
kami
duelist
kacau, Cok.
that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
Celana ke topinya,
However,
topinya
Miss
keren
Navia, you
maksud
still
gue.
have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Dari hubungannya.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques
Rejects
and
maupun
Callus.
Callus.
As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Lyney's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a
Terus
little
sama yang besar pasti om. Sama yang
I'm
mana? Kocak.
used to it though. You've always been an impulsive
Tapi lebih
and
tengah lagi
sentimental
perjuangan
child,
kancing
Navia.
Colorin deh.
It's one of your most endearing traits.
Gak ngerti gue kenapa didesain kayak gitu, Gabing.
No need to appeal to pathos.
Ngerti sih, maksudnya cuman
I
buat
won't
ini.
try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events?
Nah,
On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
bener. Gue dukung Marcel.
Oof. Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah, well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson.
Waduh.
Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
Kasih tahu Marcel. Kasih tahu, gue dukung Marcel sekarang.
Timing again. I'm a businessman by trade.
Bisnis tidak ada bedanya aku menculik garis-garis risikonya tinggi dan keuntungannya nol. Kasih tahu. Gue dukung Marcel guys ya.
I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Dulu bukti belakangan.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you
Tanggal yang tertera di surat izin bisnis pertama dan keseorang yang pertama. Kasih tahu Marcel. Mau dikasih pelajaran, Cok.
My friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
Perutnya mengenal napas.
For falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and
mawas
conscientious
diri,
instead of
mawas
dwelling only on your
diri.
own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been
Porten yang salah fokus ke Chlorinde.
whose families were destroyed by synth abuse.
Gue juga sih kalau jadi penonton gue lihat Chlorinde ke atas mulu ya.
Serial disappearances and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Oh,
so you do know that
name.
Merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've
Tidak mungkin kenal.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Aduh, kambing seru Cok di sidangan. Nah, kita balik lagi sama Paimon kambing. Fase ini. Ini ya fase. Tar dulu, berenang dulu ya. Ini gue di mana? Hah? Lo, gue kemana? Gue nggak bisa keluar ya? Oh, oke. Bang otoran party. Ini aja lah, kocak. Ya elah bang. Mantap bang.
Clouds high. The birds come into the wind.
Oke, gue overkill.
The floor is going up.
Kasih tau gue kalau ada chest kelewat guys ya.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Oh itu, biasa. Ini dungeon ya? Kayak dungeon ya? Bisa jatuhnya dungeon.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Time to go.
Yo, ih. Udah sekali jalan ya. Bang, masa di tongkrongan Eula gue dikatain damage elite abis sulit. Iyalah kocak. Fase. Mau naik ke atas ini ya.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Lebih cepat kita menyelam atau berenang di atas, guys? Sama aja ya? Kayaknya lebih cepat menyelam ya. Halo.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Aduh, ada lagi monster yang diam. Gue benci sama monster yang diam, Cok. Ini diam banget nih. Ngeselin kalau dia habis, Cok, kalau dia diam doang.
Emerge. Right now.
Ini apa bedanya sama ruin-ruin? Pertanyaan gue.
A bitter pill to swallow. Cepet nyelam ya. Apa Genshin jadi real game terbaik sekarang, Bang? Dari dulu kan jadi game terbaik sepanjang masa umat manusia, seantero jagat raya bumi, galaksi, bima sakti, alam nyata, alam goib kan. Genshin Impact, kocak. Cepet nyelam ya? Iya kayaknya ya, kayak gini. Powernya nggak ada yang masuk ke sini. Gue kira itu air. Gak, dalam Genshin adalah god, bener. Anjay, keren gelo. Keren gini ininya, desainnya. Bagus, bagus, bagus. Ya elah, gak usah aneh-aneh. Gak usah aneh-aneh deh, sumpah dah. Aduh, aduh. Aduh.
Remember. Right here, right now. I'm always watching.
Panjang banget ininya, tepatnya. Maksud gua ini markasnya. Oh.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
Followers ketubak, dia harusnya lagi sibuk tanggapi kebutuhan Navia.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house and help Navia.
Yang bikin seru tuh sih, yang bikin seru sih kalau di sini kita ketemu Arlecchino ya. Tapi kayaknya enggak.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water
air
from the
lautan
primordial
dengan
sea.
wanita 22, 23 dan 24 semua larut.
23 and 24 were dissolved. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that
Yeah.
how can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone?
Yeah,
Even
Paimon.
the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Jadi penelitian untuk menolong kekasihnya. Oh, wait, what?
So that's why he did all of these
Ini
experiments.
si Faser.
Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Ada namanya di sini Faser.
Isn't that the name you heard
Si Fasir.
He was an
Si
eyewitness
Fase
in
ini,
the serial
Fase.
disappearances case.
Iya, dia penelitinya.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these
Berapa
experiments?
sebenarnya yang ditandatangani olehnya? Suara yang ku dengar dari Armancur itu mungkin Vigner.
So that's it. Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
What?
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Lihat eksperimen fase. Berarti mau dia ngelarutin Navia. Iya, dia fetishnya aneh, Cok. Sama air kambing. Kacau juga ini ya. Periksa botol.
Whoa, there's so much synth here, and so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress.
Bisa minum dan sampel stok.
Ready to drink? Stock sample?
Gue gak mau baca apa yang lu iniin kambing si Perisulin. Air menggoda, what the fuck.
Whoa, there's even fruit flavored synth?
Lo. Persisin tadi tepatnya.
It's super.
Oh, ini yang diminum sama si itu, sama si Oceanid. Bahagia. Mana kolam primordial?
Oh, look! There's an important looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient.
Sil, kemana beli air mandi berbara? Benar.
Synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human.
Oceanid minum. Enggak kan yang itu jadi Oceanid dia. Yang cewek. Kamar laut primordial. Tahu nggak apa yang seru, guys? Ada yang bikin kita ini pingsan dari belakang, dipukul. Arlecchino. Terus bersambung ininya story-nya. Seru tuh kalau kayak gitu. Terus kita nggak bisa mainin Genshin sampai update-nya muncul. Karena kan ini pingsan ceritanya si MC. Dia tuh yang Navia ini lagi verifikasi dunia. Oh. Bunuh Jakes dan Kalas karena mereka nggak percaya Jakes bisa selesai perintah.
Because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Mesin cap 1 pes, benar. Tapi jadi seru, Cok, kalau gitu. Kalau gue jadi Hoyoverse, gue bakalan bikin 1 patch nge-troll gitu dah. Bodoh amat, gak ada ini apa, ada kerugian dikit-dikit. Jadi kita harus nungguin 1 patch saja. Lagi yang ditulis.
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make.
Ini kalau gue bilang Ocean sebenarnya bagus, kenapin nggak nih?
Iya. Left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Lancam begindang ya kayak mereka yang penipu.
They're all just so evil.
Periksa rak. Udah dong. Ini ada lagi. Ini kah? Lah. Ada nama juga.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
What the fuck? What? Oh, maksudnya oh enggak dong, enggak yang gue pikirin dong. Masa yang gue pikirin sih?
Huh? You mean the girls from the series?
Oh, maksudnya ini barang-barangnya ini ya, barang-barangnya si cewek ya? Ya nggak sih?
And then they were turned into
Oh
water.
iya ya.
And all the boxes of
Gue
things.
kira.
These names. That means. Oh, this is terrible.
Enggak, gue kira yang udah jadi air. Ya, ini yang hilang. Gue kira yang udah jadi air dirubah jadi air-airnya tuh dirubah jadi buat bahan make up lah, buat inilah. Anjing dark banget kalau kayak gitu, Cok. Ngerti gak sih? Kan dilarutin jadi air tuh korbannya tuh. Habis hasil larutannya gue kira dirubah jadi make up lah, dirubah jadi ini. Anjir. Kalau kayak gitu gila tuh ceritanya tuh. Gue langsung kasih rating 10/5 Genshin ya. Ih, kayak perfume. Makanya gue nonton perfume soalnya. Dijadiin fonta. Iya, Cok. Iya, Cok. Bener, anjir. Iya gak sih? Iya, kayaknya dah. Bener gak sih? Anjir. Dijadiin fonta, Cok. Jadi kayak yang hasil-hasil larutannya tuh dijadiin produk-produk gitu loh. Anjir. Dark banget, Cok. What the fuck? Iya, kayaknya ya. Makanya fonta nggak enak mereka minum, kan? Iya nggak sih? Oh, nggak, Deng. Karena itu ada air ini primordialnya. Maaf. Salah. Itu kan ada air primordialnya. Jadi sabun mandi. Iya, Cok. Kalau kayak gitu, beneran gila sih. Tapi, ingat lagi, ini Genshin. Ini sampai sini doang batasnya mereka ya. Nggak bisa terlalu dark. Kebetulan lumayan dekat dengan spekulasi kita, tapi...
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity.
Ini yang paling jauh. Iya, ini yang paling jauh nih. Nggak bisa lagi dihujat dari ini.
Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to
Bisa kita
identify the
liciknya
true
minta ampun.
culprit.
Coba kita persekali sama atau bisa ketemu sesuatu.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Kira pentingnya berhubungan fase. Udah semua, kocak. Oh, besar kan? Hah? Oh, disuruh kemana nih? Bentar dulu. Udah semua kan? Ntar dulu, ada yang kelewatan kah gua? Sini. Hah? Oh, cari. Ini. Kira apaan? Nggak mau jalan ke sana ya, Cok. Kalau gitu lebih make sense kan di story Marcel kayak, iya, Cok. Iya, di story kan Marcel kaya. Jadi yang dijual itu produk-produk ini. Produk-produk hasil ini, Cok. Terus kenapa bisa jadi bagus banget kayak make up-nya jadi bagus banget make up-nya. Itu karena ya itu cewek-cewek yang dilarutkan. Anjir, kayak parfum, Cok. Bisa anjir mereka bikin kayak gitu, Cok. Ngeri ya, kambing. Maksudnya bagus kalau kayak gitu. Kalau kayak gitu beneran ya. Langsung berubah pandangan gua sama Genshin. Ih, padahal bisa loh. Coba pentin soalnya fontaine referensinya jadi ini dari referensi. Iya, Cok. Makanya. Ya kan? Makanya si ini kaya, si Marcel kaya. Dia jualan produk-produk kecantikan, produk-produk apa kek. Ngeri, Cok. Nonton perform guys kalau kalian mau cerita yang gua omongin kayak tadi. Itu seru. Sudah paling jauh.
Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary.
Waduh, ada juga buku hariannya si ini.
It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story.
Pendapat apa dia sama Faser, dia mas banget.
Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Dia buat daftar nama-nama bayi. Wih, hamil kah?
So many. A whole page's worth. But they're all crossed out. Was
Dan
she
gak kehilangan rating 12+, cerita dibikin agak kabur.
The name she decided on was Marcel.
Lah?
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's
What
Vache
the-
and Vinier's grown son?
Oh, anaknya. Lo.
Still hasn't figured it out yet.
Marcel.
And whose image do you see, Marcel?
Diulang.
Is it a man named Vache?
Vache.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name
Oke,
of
seru nih
someone
guys, ya.
I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Cepet banget. Persen tadi gue explore dulu, aturan nggak ini nggak real. Ini fake cok. Harusnya gue explore dulu.
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence,
Kenapa si
I
Furina
expect
tumben
they've
ini dia?
found the crucial evidence.
Bijak. Kamu bilang kamu tidak kenal nama Faser. Ini adalah ini. Pokoknya tentang fake nih. First try itu ya.
But the truth of it, Marcel,
Anjing,
is
itu
that
siapa?
you've always been Vache.
Ngomong gue.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything.
Ngomong gue guys.
After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you.
Kasihnya kok kasihmu?
You even created Marcel as a new identity.
Oh enggak, oh dia
All
Faser.
records of your past as Vache.
So that's it.
Oh.
Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far.
Oh, mestinya
And
ya.
with that, Marcel's
Plot twistnya
motive
gitu ya.
has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior
Yang kamu
timing
katakan tadi.
defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama. while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignere is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will.
Musiknya seru sih, bangsat sih musiknya.
But I'm not from this
Seketika kena
blasted
seketika
place.
lighting. Iya, Cok.
Can't be dissolved.
Ketika dia mau ini
No
playing
matter what
victim.
I do.
Lah dia mau larutin diri.
Is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve.
Dia orang Indonesia.
Dissolve.
Gila anjir. Tefak bagus ini ya, Cok, faktornya, Cok.
I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
Aja bagus sih voice actor English ya, Cok.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress.
Mental.
Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. Our promise. We made a promise. Vignere. Vignere. Please, Vignere. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth.
Ya elah, masih mau dibuktikan. Selalu merekam semua bukti dan data.
The man now known as Marcel was
Okay.
originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere.
Vignere.
During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson.
Ini kalau bisnisnya
During the
bisnis
course of his
ini ya.
research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he
Perasaan
accumulated
bergairah.
wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Lyney as the culprit of the serial disappearances case using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Lyney failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case. with the
Bagusnya
truth
bagus banget, Cok.
revealed to all.
The fuck. Ini nggak bakalan dapet nih vibe feels-nya, ininya, immersion-nya kalau JP New Village coming.
Mr. Vacher.
Anjay. Wah, anjir. Kuat banget nih energinya nih. Guild.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
Dinyatakan
Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards, take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearance
Penonton yang
case
semangat.
is over now.
JP New Village bagus sama muka bagus.
History. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kenapa
It's
sih Navia?
finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa?
Oh.
Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have
Udah
been
diem lu.
righted, and it's a
Gak usah
big old
aneh-aneh.
happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the
Dibuat sebelum
initial
sidang dapat
charge before the
diselesaikan.
trial can conclude.
Lah,
Come on, is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the
kaku
real
buat
criminal?
kaku tuh.
Isn't it time for side
Pemain
characters like
sapi
me
itu.
to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This is always
Regulasi hukum dan hukum lokal kami.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no
Kaku
direct
bet kaku.
connection to the serial
Hajar
disappearance
dia king.
case. The guilty party
Kita
has
panggil
been
Charlie dan
identified,
semua.
and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
Jangan bilang si oratrice bersalah. Si Cilde. Iya kan ya?
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse
Dinyatakan
cardinale,
bersalah.
Mr. Tartaglia is
Guilty. Bukan.
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui
Melihat
harbinger?
aksi kriminal yang
Do you
lainnya
think the
jadi begitu.
oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the
Sebenarnya
verdict in
apa yang
this
terjadi
case,
sih?
right?
The judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Mau dipenjara King Spiral kocak. Yo, kasih tahu King. Kasih tahu King.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke.
Kasih tahu
You've got
King.
your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Anjay. Jadi buron dong si Cilde. Anjay, kenapa kita nggak punya elektro kayak gini ya bangsat ya? Bisa tuh padahal ya. Nah, tapi lebih bagus ini sih Hydro sih sebenarnya. Kasih tahu. Yo, keluarin deh, turun. Anjay. Genshin. What the?
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Anjay, diinjak sekali doang, kocak. Wah, kacau anjir. Oh. Kegores tapi. Anjir, apakah ini pertanda kalau Chile akan di power creep? Wah, kacau anjir, Chile bakalan di power creep di nasional, guys. Apakah King Spiral runtuh?
This is
Iya.
also the first time having
Bagi
come in
King
such a
Spiral baru.
situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure.
Kapal. Siapa lagi nopal bangsat nih, Village, Cok. Lagi berupa kok diserang, benar-benar. Gak siap ya, dia ya. Coba gitu percaya, tapi kalau soal mesin orator bisa mungkin kalian harus tanya kepada lebih. Kalau hakim agung aja.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
Hilang kepercayaannya. Apakah hilang kepercayaan rakyat kepada ini pemimpin seperti yang terjadi di
Didn't she create the oratrice herself?
Hilang kepercayaan rakyat, kocak.
Can results like this really be called
Ada
justice?
ketidakadilan. Waduh. Para
My
rakyat.
dearest citizens, did you really think we'd
Bener-bener
allow
seperti
an
pemimpin
incorrect
negeri ya.
verdict to
Langsung
be handed out in
bicara
this
ini
court?
manis guys ya.
Did you really believe that the judgment could
Tuh.
be mistaken or
Langsung
be
mau
the
manipulasi,
result of
Cok.
some sort of
Kacau, Jir.
random mishap?
Gue sering lihat kayak gini nih.
You thought even I had been
Tuh,
blindsided
pemimpin
by the
negerinya langsung ini nih. Cara baik-baik.
Just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including
Berarti ada
my
kolagon ada
supposed
yang
shock and bafflement,
Langsung kasih jawaban diplomatis, bener. Sungguh sangat realistis ya.
action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has
Saya yakin
unfolded
semua
exactly
belajar
as
konsep
I
kalian misalnya tidak
expected
akan
from the
pernah
very
memberi
beginning.
tidak berdasar.
As the embodiment of the
Maka
very
Frina yang
concept
stupid.
of justice, the oratrice shall
Kayak negara,
never
yo,
render an arbitrary
sering lihat di
judgment.
mana ada lah, sering lah gue
If you
lihat.
thought child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the
Kancuran di masa
danger
depan
he
yang memilikinya
poses,
tidak bisa
are beyond
dimaafkan.
ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict.
Tapi gue suka karakternya Furina, Cok. Furina sama Navia sih yang paling GG di sini di Archon Quest yang sekarang. Ininya karakter apa? Penulisan karakternya. Keren banget, Cok, Inggrisnya. Top. Seperti bisa memilih untuk kabur.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Kursornya ngalahin Koroni. Oh iya ya kah?
That I will
Sorry, maaf.
continue to investigate this case in a personal
Kan anggap
capacity.
kursornya kayak tangan gua gitu
Just as
loh.
I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all,
Ntar bisa beres aja ngomong dan Villette lagi, oke.
plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Ini juga banyak buat jahat. Pondasi Cile dihukum karena kejahatan di rejan lain kayak Liwe misalnya. Harusnya bisa itu om. Nih, sampai sini doang nih. Ntar dulu.
Monsieur Neuvillette, that power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Kasih tahu. Gue bisa koreksi Furina, Bang. Udah. Udah nih, keluar nih gua. Tepatnya si Furina tinggi banget, Cok. Nggak bisa ke sana ya? Bisa ke sana kan kita? Gimana cara kita ke sana, guys? Nggak manjat juga nggak bisa, kocak. Dari atas. Tepatnya Furina tinggi banget, Cok. Gak bisa dia ngomong. Wih, musiknya keren aja di sini. Wonder bisa, serius. Wonder bisa ya? Wonder bisa ya? Kesana ya? Bisa tapi susah. Nasib Tatang jadi gimana? Ini udah kelar Act 2 kan? Mana sih? Tempat keluarnya kami? Mana? Ya Allah, ini kayak bioskop ya. Mana sih? Tempat keluarnya mana sih? Gimana tempat keluarnya? Taruh. Kok gue lupa ya? Oh no. Ini. Nah. Tiang Zhongli bisa ya? Bisa pakai order atau Tiang Zhongli? Nah. Kenapa kocak?
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Lah.
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Buron anjir. Kenapa nih?
Stop resisting arrest. Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait. I just want to ask the traveler something. I'm not looking to
Potong
run away.
palanya, dipotong
Please,
palanya ntar sama
just
si
let
Nevilat.
me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where
Dan malah
did
kau
you
dengar nama
first hear
Fas.
the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But
Dia di
how
sekitar
could that
Fontaine
be?
of Lucine.
How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never...
Ya kan nggak lucu masa ngobrol sama
Please give me a
air.
chance to talk to her
Ntar.
again. Just let the traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a
Dikasih
mile?
mencet,
Do you think
dikasih
serial
mencet,
killers
dikasih
get to make
jatuh.
requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton
Mana
of
cok, dia
super
jahat.
terrible
Kami
things?
bunuh banyak orang.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Bang, aku gacha Yalan tapi dapatnya Tiknar di 82. Kalau gacha lagi masih jauh nggak tuh? Ya masih jauh dong. Soft PT di PT 76 coy. Itu berapa primo game lu butuh banyak CFK gamers.
Very well. I will grant you.
Kecuali kalau lu hoki ya.
Your Honor, I fear that...
Harusnya nggak bisa
I will go
dikabulkan.
with him. You do not need to
Oh,
worry
dia pergi
about
juga.
any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
Ya,
Your
butuh
Honor.
sekitar 13 ke primo tuh. Aturan ini kocak. Dia si Marcel langsung lemparin airnya ke itu, ke Nevilat, seru tuh. Terus si Nevilat nggak cair. Sus. Seru kalau kayak gitu kocak. Ya, terbang semua kambing. Baru temen yang gue bunuh.
Take it easy.
Enggak kita juga masa lempar air lah. Ada di kantongnya kan.
But what do I need to do to see her?
Tapi kelihatan nggak ini. Ternyata dia yang menciptakan air primordial. Yo, keren nggak tuh? Sebenarnya aku minum air laut yang primordial yang meningkatkan kontra elektro. Bang, kau kapan menang Red Off? Tanya gua lu.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Semprotin airnya Marcel, maksud gua air primordial lah bangsat. Lah.
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Ya, Cok, coba pas Cile di penjara nggak bisa dipakai si Cilenya sampai dia bebas. Itu seru, Cok.
I'm here. Where are you, Vinier? I'm
Lah, ngomong sama air.
I'm finally here for you.
Kan nggak lucu, masa pacaran sama air. Beda juga, aneh juga dia ininya.
Vignier, is that
Lah.
you? It's me, Vache. Vignier.
Vache, why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me.
Barusan udah 2:30 ya? Yes.
You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
Sama kayak rumah kedua dia tahu nggak bisa dipakai
More
lagi.
than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me.
Habis ini fokus liatin dulu, oke.
I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my
what
law
the
degree
fuck?
and probably become
What?
a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my work.
Oh, pasti digituin doang biar dia nggak pergi, nggak nyari dia ya.
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness.
Nggak, iya. Ini cuma biar si pasirnya berhenti ngejar dia.
You. Wait, you are not Vignier.
Oh.
Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our
Kembali ke lautan
consciousnesses
primordial.
flowed back
Oh,
to
what
the
the
primordial
fuck?
sea.
Soalnya nyampur.
Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one. Just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemonade. I'm Acine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her.
Iya, Cok.
But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things
Gue kira bakalan vanilla tadi endingnya.
if she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist.
Cowardly narcissist.
The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Tuh macam Marcel kesini.
No, Vignier. She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because
itu ada rasa kasihan terakhir yang dia miliki untukmu.
Of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will
Anjay.
show mercy to you.
Keren juga ada giniannya.
Vache.
Minimal gila sih ya kalau jadi pasir ya. Jangan bilang mati di sini. Pasir. Horor anjir. Dalam kemudian para karyawan menemukan bahwa pelakor Marcel telah kehilangan jiwanya. Ya kan dibunuh di sini, Cok. This is actually good. The hell? Genshin bagus, beneran bagus. The fuck? Mati gara-gara sakit mental. Iya, Cok.
Finally, we have some time to do
Hujan lagi ya?
Gosh, it's really been a long
Yang
time
seru
since we've been able to
kalau ada
relax.
lagi kasusnya. Yang seru tuh kalau misalnya udah kelar semua tapi ada lagi kasus orang menghilang. Itu yang seru tuh. Karena ada hujan lagi nih. Hujan lagi kan? Ya nggak sih? Hujan nggak sih? Hujan kan?
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Gue cakap Bang Genshin bener bagus.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm
Buena
easy to
klipper
work
esa.
with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court since then. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool.
Akhir cerita yang
I was right to
bahagia.
put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever
Ikutin
since.
aja ya.
She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the chance to reconcile.
Ini nih gara-gara ini nih banyak
Oh, that's great.
orang Twitter jadi ini apa ya LGBT kambing. Dia keluarin dia sama Navia bangsat emang.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended.
Ingat Preminat pernah bahas tentang hujan di X1.
Just how much
Iya, yang dari Naga Hydro.
to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before
Betul
dark.
sekali om.
Yeah,
Iya cok,
you're
bangsat
right.
banget. Dari
It's
zaman
been
biru
raining
ningun juga ada gitu
nonstop
iya
for a few
bangsat banget
days
cok,
now.
ngeselin.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Iya.
There's someone there already.
Nggak. Tar gua gini dulu, bangsat ya. Bisa nggak sih kalian diam aja, kambing? Tunggu gua kelarin dulu baru bilang gitu loh. Kayak si Amin, foto dari frame. Iya, gue tahu, gue jadi mikir di kepala naga air. Tai lah, diam dulu lah, bangsat, biarin gue ini dulu. Tai lah. Anjing, malah ngerusak, cok. Biarin gue kelar dulu baru bilang, ingat frame minute gak? Gini. Bisa gak sih diam aja kayak yang lain, santai, tungguin gue. Tai.
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh?
Selbet juga, cok. Iya, cok, diam aja sih, santai. Iya. Malah jadi kepikiran kan gue.
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much.
Lo tau gak gue kepikiran apa? Gara-gara lu bilang itu tadi.
I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief
Santar
Justice
aja.
would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable.
Tuh kan, ini menguatkan yang gue pikirin lagi nih. Gara-gara naga-naga nih. Menguatkan apa yang gue pikirkan.
Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Tuh kan?
That high and mighty chair in the opera epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Iya, mending yang ini diginiin si Navilet sama Navia daripada Navia sama Klorinde. Ya namanya mata balanya mantap kan. Kecuali aku main JP ya iyalah kocak. Gak apa-apa guys, biar kalian bisa nontonin iannya di gua.
Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Nah, gini baru bener, baru normal ya. Nggak Navia Klorinde, kocak. Mister tidak senang mendengarnya, Om. Bangsat ya, Om. Lah, masih ada di belakang. Gak boleh terbang.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Oke. Taunya dia yang terbang.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Kuburan siapa sih? Kuburan si Kalas.
On the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Lah, ini udah kayak momen.
It's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine.
Masa udah kayak momen sih?
It would be my pleasure to return
Kan
the favor.
story sampai ini. Lah. Ini masih lanjut kan story-nya? Masa sampai Act 2 doang? Kan ini kayaknya yang terakhir. Harusnya kayaknya di akhir, iya cok, harusnya kayaknya di akhir story Fontaine kan? Kok kayaknya sekarang kocak? Atau 2 kali kayaknya sama ARCHON nanti. Tapi kan di Inazuma kita kayaknya sama Yae, jadi nggak ada masalah aturan. Ya kan Yae, di sini si Nevilet.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lyney that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we
bener.
have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea
Naik ke
levels
permukaan laut dan
and the
larutnya
ability
orang-orang.
of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Tentang Cilde.
My
Sebenarnya nggak usah gue tanya sih.
However, I still
But You also said you
Kalau dia tidak
For
bersalah.
many years, I have been quite aware that the oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat
Aku tahu dari
the
dulu.
verdict that
Saya
I give
pusing
on
naik
each
kepala.
case.
Oh.
As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the
Semua orang tetap
concept of
konsep
justice
keadilan.
is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as
Literally ini,
self-awareness.
Cok.
Which is all
Psikopas
to say,
anjing.
I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Spesial case si Cilde.
So when Lyney told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the oratrice's core is stored,
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Merida.
Artinya kita bisa kunjungin ini, Cok, penjaranya, Cok.
If we did
Atau emang ada
incorrectly
penjaranya?
convict him of crimes he did not
Ada
commit,
penjaranya, guys.
we will most certainly
Kalau nggak ada harusnya bisa
compensate him to the
dikunjungin,
fullest
anjir.
extent allowed by the law.
if you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Next space. Oh, next space ada penjaranya.
Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description.
Lah, nggak guna.
If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Dah. Segitu dulu.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing
Si
with
Wiro
you.
sipir kah?
It will soon be time
Kayaknya ya,
for me to leave
dari
this
pakaian.
blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Iya, iya. Ada
Crime
ininya,
and
ada.
villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Begitu kujang tutup turun tanpa sebab. Udah gitu doang, kelar Act 2. Kelar Act 2. Aduh. Lah, teorinya tentang hujan. Kalian mau denger gua teorinya tentang hujan? Itu si Neuvillette kan? Dia naga. Bener gak?
Into the wind.
Itu gampang ditebak sih. Cuman ngasilin aja dari tadi si Amin ngulang-ngulang ininya, Cok. Padahal udah nggak gue baca tuh. Di awal masih aja diulang bangsat. Iye. Gak usah ini sih. Bisa tunggu gue kelar dulu gak sih baru ini. Neuvillette suka ada pia. Dia nggak punya vision juga kayaknya. Nanya doang, bukan nanya itu, Cok. Udah gue pilih untuk nggak baca. Gue baca semua chat kalian, guys. Kalau gue diem itu gue baca. Cuman gue nggak pengen bilang aja. Udah kalian tahu aja gitu kalau kayak gitu. Bangsat. Masih aja diulang-ulang di bawah-bawahnya. Buat apa, Cok? Iye. Gue jadi kepikiran, Amin. Itu gampang juga sih ditebak. Literally. Benar yang gue lihat di ini penjaranya. Oh, di bagian sini ya? Oh iya ya. Coba lihat. Oh, Ono ya? Oh iya benar. Kayaknya ya. Easter egg air mancur tahu nggak Om yang mana air mancur? Air mancur ini. Ganti Daily Fontaine benar. Thank you udah ngingetin. Daily ganti Daily Fontaine sama kita mau buka map yang di sana ya biar bisa gampang daily ya. Tupatnya Sepex matikan. Kenapa Sepex dimatikan?
Artificial udah tamat belum? Masih jauh. Ada suara. Yang mana? Volume apa dong yang gue iniin? Voice 10, sisanya matiin. Volume dialog.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
I think the next one's a trial.
Ada suara, Cok. Iya, suara nangis. Purina yang nangis itu. Harusnya di sini ya.
I wonder where humans come from.
Jam tengah malam kalau main NPC-nya pergi, benar. Oke. Denger gue suara orang nangis. 10 lagi biar dia jelas ngomong apa. Sabar. Katanya itu Furina. Kok Genshin jadi GG sekarang? Woi, gua nggak expect loh. Harusnya jadi badut dong. Nggak ada lagi dong bisa kita badutin kalau Genshin bagus sekarang. Waduh, gede banget suaranya, Cok. Masih ada NPC-nya kocak.
I prefer magic personally.
Berisik, belatin. Itu tuh.
Good roll.
Ya Allah.
All right.
Ya,
maybe I'll
kalian
take
denger ya.
One more day off.
Ada suaranya
knock out the
Furina,
rest
coy.
of the
Itu
work
voice
on
aktornya
some-
Furina, kocak. Voice aktornya Furina. Belatin so asik ya, Cok. So asik belatin, kocak.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in!
Suara JP,
Is
ya
this
udah
level
kita
okay?
sekalian berganti lagi JP dah. Karena gue lebih suka JP-nya Yai daripada English-nya Yai. Masih bisa didengar nggak? Atau gue mesti TP ulang? Mesti TP ulang gue. Gue nggak kedengaran dia ngomong apa sih, cuman nangisnya doang.
感情移入しすぎだと思うけど急がなくてもいいのよ
Yelan.
フリーナ様より舞台にふさわしい方が果たしているだろうか
Awas lu ya, gue tandain lu ya kambing.
やっぱりマジックの方が面白い。
Belatin so asik lagi, belatin, lihat.
終わりが見えない。すごく寂しい。一体いつまで耐えればいいんだ。
Nggak ada lagi, kocak. Kayaknya gue harus ini dah, tele luar tele ini. Ya intinya gitu lah. Om teori lu tentang kenapa Chile guilty. Kenapa Chile guilty? Ada beberapa kemungkinan. Yang pertama, Chile punya maksud tertentu emang yang nggak dia ini cuman ketahuan sama si oratrice.
この音量でいいのか？ちゃんと聞こえるよな。
Itu yang pertama, kemungkinan pertama kayak Chile emang sorry. Kayak Chile emang ada ini apa namanya? Ada niat tersembunyi yang lumayan berbahaya, makanya si oratrice langsung ngasih apa? Maksudnya berbahaya banget gitu loh. Terus si oratrice ngasih inilah judge. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, kita yang buat setting delay ya bener juga loh. Yang kedua, ada error emang di oratrice. Terjadi error di oratrice, entah kenapa, mungkin ada kaitannya sama si lyney yang menyelinap masuk di oratrice. Dari kenapa Furina nangis, tahu nggak kenapa, Om? Nggak, kenapa tuh? Oratrice-nya broken. Teori gue, Chile dibikin guilty biar dramanya lebih panjang. Ya salah karena tiap hari selalu ada pengadilan di situ. Kan katanya emang tiap hari selalu di pengadilan, nggak cuman kasus ini doang. Kayak tadi si Neville aja kan masih dibilang masih mau kerja. Jadi bukan itu aturan. Mereka si Oratrice tetap, maksudnya pengadilan tetap bakalan ada terus beberapa kasus-kasus. Bukan cuman kasus itu doang di kota ini, bukan cuman kasus itu doang, kocak. Jadi nggak ada hubungannya aturan. Kalau gue sih lebih kuat yang Oratrice ini rusak. Atau dia nggak bisa ngeiniin Cilde. Yang ketiga ya, si Oratrice nggak bisa ngeadili Cilde. Karena dia nggak punya vision. Bukan nggak punya vision sih. Karena dia abnormal. Maybe. Si Cilde. I don't know. Ada tiga kemungkinan gue. Jadi yang pertama si Cilde punya niat ini jahat, jadi Oratrice ngadili duluan. Yang kedua Oratrice-nya broken entah karena apa. Maksudnya jadi broken aja. Yang ketiga si Oratrice emang nggak bisa ngadilin Cilde. Nggak suka nge-crit, benar. Literally gong fontaine ya, kerja mulu. Iya. Tapi dia selalu nangis ini. Pernah selalu berbohong penduduk buat bikin penduduk tenang dan dia lupa soal ramalan itu. Aku baru tanpa bikin apa-apa. Dia bakal tahu ramalan tenggelam tapi nggak tahu solusinya, terus dia nangis gitu ya. Make sense. Sedih juga ceritanya si Furina kalau kayak gitu, Kaming. Pas dia masuk di ventilasi, iya. Maksudnya kayak Oratrice ada error atau si lyney yang ini yang bikin dia error atau kayak gimana. Jadi gimana Archon Quest Om, berapa nilainya? Gue bisa kasih nilai 9/10. Hampir 10/10 kalau entrance-nya ini epic. Cuman gue nggak suka introduction-nya. Ada interferensi Saritsa Celestia dan Sker Kabis, iya. Makanya kalian tau gak sih, ini, mereka tuh ngambil banyak referensi dari Psychopass. Saran gua kalian nonton Psychopass deh. Yang belum nonton Psychopass, nonton Psychopass guys. Jadi Cilde tuh kayak orang spesial yang gak bisa diadili gitu loh sama si Oratrice. Kalau voice JP ini affiliate-nya Aizen. Bener cok, bayangin voice JP-nya si affiliate Aizen cok. Bayangin aja tuh. Anjir, gimana nggak tegang banget, kita tegang tuh. Beliau vibes banget dia. Jadi iba. Katanya gue pengen mukul Furina jadi kasih nama dia. Enggak, Furina emang bagus karakternya, cok. Furina itu karakter dengan penulisan, maksudnya karakter dengan penulisan karakter terbaik menurut gue selama sejauh ini. Di bawahnya Furina itu Venti. Di bawahnya Venti, Navia. Atau mungkin Navia dulu baru Venti. Literally Furina best ini written karakter di Genshin. Bukan ya gua nggak bisa bias. Furina dia punya semua, cok, personality ada semua asli. Oh gitu Chris, dia rela di TO campaign ini. Ya paling ampas. Imagine Archon Quest ini pakai JP, ya imagine. Karena Paimon imagine pakai JP cok, JP malah lebih hancur. Tonton ya. Chris story ini pakai JP, goblok banget si Chris kambing pakai JP. Story-nya seru banget, cus. Lu nggak ke spoiler kan? Jangan ke spoiler. Ini bisa gue bilang salah satu yang gue sangat-sangat untung gue nggak pernah ke spoiler ya. Asli, gue nggak pernah ke spoiler guys. Gue cuma ngeliat sekilas doang, kayak bagian potongan-potongan ini doang. Habis itu gue keluar. Padahal gue udah pernah kayak ya udahlah gue nonton aja lah Archon Quest kayak gimana sih di ini Fontaine. Tapi ada aja gitu gue tiba-tiba ini nutup streamnya atau keluar dari ini. Akhirnya malah ngedet. Karena nggak pakai The Prancis kambing. Paling spoiler dikit banget.
Badan jadi benar-benar nggak tahu. Oke, nice. Jangan sampai kena spoiler ya, bagus banget story-nya asli. Naida terlalu vanilla. Ya, Naida menurut gua terlalu aman ininya penulisan karakternya. Kurang. Literally Purina. Bagus ya. Dari yang awal kita ini sama sidang sampai teori-teorinya pun segala macam. Iya, Cok. Makanya dia personality itu ada. Actually Fenty personality juga ada. Cuman dia lebih ke ini apa? Suka nge-troll tricky-tricky gitu. Tapi kelihatan kuat banget kalau Fenty itu punya banyak banget rahasia yang dia nggak mau kasih tahu ke kita. Jadi dari situnya itu udah kelihatan kalau Fenty, misalnya personality-nya Fenty kuat. Kayak gitu kan. Kayak misalnya dia banyak banget rahasianya si Fenty. Nggak dikasih tahu ke kita semua, kelihatan kan dari cara ininya ngomongnya apa sebenarnya. Itu karakter, makanya jadi salah satu karakter yang bagus si Fenty. Deli lupa, ntar disalahin lagi. Iya, Deli. Mana Li? Udah kocak, udah Deli, tadi kan lu udah ngomong gue. Oh, atur di buku ya, bener juga lu. Nah, fontaine. Nah, bisa kali kita buka ini dulu ya. Aman ya. Kita buka ini sabi ya. Aduh, masih. Tapi NPC KOF-nya berdua iya, Cok. Sama fotonya gini, Cok, sekelas Harbinger mau pakai Gnosis buat handle ramalan doang. Tapi Facer mati tapi nggak dengan kode. Kan dia pendirinya. Si Facer kan pendirinya, Kocak. Maksudnya sisa-sisanya, ya kan dia pemimpinnya aturan. Tapi serius guys ya. Jangan lengah ya guys. Ingat, jangan lengah. Bisa jadi pertama, kedua bagus banget, ketiga, keempat bisa jadi jelek. Karena menurut gue ini nggak tahu mereka bakalan mau bawa kemana. Ke si Cilde kah? Cilde jadi buronan kah atau kayak gimana kah story-nya ke apa di next act-nya. Cara kita kayak lumba-lumba itu kayak gimana guys? Yang kayak lumba-lumba itu gimana caranya, Kocak? Lah, ini cara kayak... Oh, lynette sama MC doang yang bisa? Iya kah? Karakter fontaine doang? Oh, pakai lynette atau MC? Gak bisa karakter fontaine sama MC ya sih. Slot atasan ini. Ya itu si Facer kan? Aturan, ntar dulu gue ngambilin deh, nanggung. Pastinya bisa sini party. Story-nya bagus sih. Ini story terbaik Archon Quest yang pernah ada. Fontaine. Tapi serius guys ya, itu kalau beneran yang gue bilang tadi tuh yang kayak parfum, yang si Facernya malah jual produk-produk ininya, itu gila banget sih. Taruh ini apaan? Oh, di dalam sono. Waduh. Ini gimana lagi caranya nih? Oh.
Oh, oh di atas itu ini. Siapa sih ini yang nge-DM gue? Ayo Misa, kenapa? Om kelarin nggak? Wih, cakep gitu gambar lu. Cakep gitu gambarnya si Aimsa kambing. Mana tadi? Ambil kan, udah ambil kan. Masuk. Nah, caranya masuk gimana? Oh, sana. Ini kan? Lah. Ntar dulu. Dia puzzle nih. Ini pneumo Osia kambing. Gua nggak bawa ini, lebih gampang kayak. Yang mana sih? Ini ya, harus diantemin ini kan, lawannya kan. Habis itu? Gimana caranya ini, Cok? Woi. Udah. Udah nggak sih? Gua nggak tahu kalau itu udah dulu. Bisa klik kiri, kocak. Klik kiri. Oh, dipecut. Oh, begindang. Oh, dipecut. Ya elah. Ngomong, kocak. Dewa puzzle ini gue udah tau puzzle-nya, cuman nggak tahu cara aktifinnya. Kambing. Salah gue. Puzzle-nya gampang, kocak. Yo nggak tahu kalau harus dipecut. Keren juga. Lah. Apaan itu? Lah kok nyala lampunya? Ini lampunya, guys. Oh, bisa ini musik di sini. Dapat achievement lagi gue. Itu achievement guys ya, yang belum ya. Kayaknya udah sih. Sheesh, putar-putarannya itu loh. Ini apa, mercusuar? Oh, kambing di popres gue.
Ya.
Ini apa guys, mercusuar? Apa yang kocak? Udah lo bodo amat lah, gue mau aktifin ini. Gue nggak bisa ansi popok airnya. Nggak takut. Oh gitu guys. Oh. Terus? Ayo sampai explore 100% sekalian om. Nanti ya guys ya. Ini gue cuma mau buka ini doang, map doang paling. Jadi kan seimbangkan kembali. gitu ya. Itu apaan anjir? Gue kayak merasa terganggu gitu loh. Oke. Kita buka itu dulu ya. Yang nggak net explore-nya udah 80% di sini. Masih ada world quest 3 biji. Buka dulu ya. Waduh, panjang tuh ya. Gua kelarin daratan dulu dah. Baru lautan. Di lautan kita harus ada ngumpulin ini juga kah? Anjir, beneran ada dong. Event bentaran lagi gue. Event bentaran lagi ya. Aduh, besok dah event dah. Event berapa lama lagi? 3 hari. Ingetin gue besok guys ya. 3 hari event tuh. Banyak ini primo gamenya cok. Banyak kalau gue skip. Besok full event ya. Aman. Gacor. Oke lah. Kayaknya gue udahan jam 3. Atau buka dulu itu sana nanggungnya. Nggak nanggung sih, jauh sih teleportnya ya, kambing. Gua tunjukin skill dewa aim gua dulu nih. Ya kelihatan kambing. Mana? Satunya. Oh, sono. Ini air panas. Jangan bilang kalau gue nyelam mati. Berkurang darah gue air panas guys, literally. Air panas mah bikin sehat, kocak. Wah kacau anjir. Galor akurat kambing. Dibuatin pasti pialan lah. Dibuatin pasti pialan kambing. Aduh, batunya juga beda, YGY. Ada cara buat ngapus semua pin gak sih? Lah dia nambang. Beliau nambang. Batu ini buat cari craft, iya buat craft weapon. Makanya gue sekalian ya. Sulfurnya beracun mungkin. Bener juga. Bener. Waduh. Besok event deh. Event sama explore dikit dah. Ya. Tapi kayaknya besok gue mau live HSR sih guys. Gimana? Kayaknya gue mau live HSR besok. HSR ada apaan? Gue belum ini. Besok gue mau gacha weapon gue. Besok gue mau gacha weapon. Sama gue belum SU sama emoce paling. Gak tau sih, kayaknya emoce bakalan gue pisah lah biar ada konten lagi. HSR emoce, iya emoce aja apa ya? Cuman HSR itu kontennya dikit cok. Harus gue pisah aja emoce sama yang lain. Kalau gue satuin habis ntar HSR gak bakalan live lagi. Kafka 1 set ya, gue pengen Kafka 1 set bangsat. Bodoh amat. Gue ada ide ini buat Kafka gue. Habisin orang bentar lagi update kan. Di mana ada patch baru, konten nambah lagi. Mau saya naturalisasi. Oke lah. Kayaknya gue udahan guys. Sini keren nih pemandangannya nih. Sis. Ya, kayaknya gue udahan sih. Maybe. Party early HSR. Lah, lu main HSR bal? Lah, main si Iqbal HSR kambing. Explore HSR. Udah explore HSR udah gue. Explore-nya HSR 5 menit anjir. Kelar. Literally. Ada yang lebih keren tempatnya. Ya, banyak sih. Tapi kayak gini udah keren. Ada kapal anjir ke sana. Nggak nanggung setengah jam lagi riset ya. Riset mah besok aja kocak. Kok konten riset dikerjain sekarang? Oh ya udah. Gua ini habis resin sekali dulu deh, habis itu dan. Soalnya kadang cap resin gua kalau gua biarin. Gue tinggal jam attack persen doang nih biar visual gue bisa pindah artefak. Jam attack persen yang minimal crit rate-nya 10%. Susah tuh ya. Jam attack persen yang minimal ada crit rate-nya 10% tuh. Itu yang gue cari. Biasanya cap ini high set, cok. Enggak, udah gue habisin tadi. Oh, maksudnya resin dulu. Gue tinggalin quest mulu. Ini kocak kalau resin di awal-awal, Bal. XP. Lo fokus XP aja sama ini. Sama ini kocak Stagnant Shadow. Explore dulu lah, si Iqbal baru main guys. Bimbing si Iqbal guys. Yang ini, lo nanya aja di Discord tuh. Aduh, Diego udah strong banget ya. Kalau gue ganti kayak gini harus artefak perfect, cok. Harus artefak yang perfect banget baru bisa upgrade Diego ke sini anjir. Sama kayak Wanderer. Ya Allah, jelek ini. Gue gacha tuh udah masuk ke bimbing. Iyalah, harus gacha balnya. Lu gacha Kafka kocak. Ntar jadi gay lu. Mau jadi gay? Gak mau kan? Yaudah, kita bakalan bertempat tinggal di fontaine sekarang. Wanderer pakai arti baru, emang bisa dia ngurangin darahnya. Ini paling jauh blacksmith ya ada kata gue. Jauh banget cok jalannya. Ya nggak sih? Sama aja. Lo PT bos 10 pull. Anjir lu dapat Kafka. Bangsat juga lu. Baru T15 sudah dapat Kafka. Ya lu ngepull lagi tuh sampai dapat ini ya. Karakter-karakter bintang 4 kocak. Sampo sama Luka sama Serval. Bintang 5 ini lu apa? Yang pertama, bintang 5 dari beginner banner. Atau besok aja deh di apa lu tanya-tanya deh pas gua live HSR. Punya wangi, cok. Iya bangsat juga dia dapat itu. Baseball bener gak perlu capek mukul anvil. Iya cok. Cewek anjir. Singkir Krayo 20 pull. Yang King, wah gacor anjir. Dapat yang King dia, tapi sayangnya lu nggak ada bronya ya. Masih main Asta Cingse. Ya Asta masih bagus kocak. Upgrade Asta lu, nanti bal upgrade Asta. Karena lu nggak ada harmoni. Nggak ada bronya, nggak ada pingyon. Oke, kayaknya gue udahan. Ye. Sini aja nih. Kayaknya udah. Gak ada tempat anjir, kesini aja nih. Sini. Oke, kalau gitu, oh dia ada sini. Sini. Ngeliat di bawah. Ini bagus. Real sampai dapat bronya. Enggak, bronya mah dari ini karakter aja udah. Sini. Jelek sih kamu. Bodo mata. Dah. Kalau gitu gue udah dulu guys ya. Thank you semuanya. Sampai jumpa besok. Gue bakalan live HSR kayaknya ya besok. Maybe dilihat aja dulu. Gue bakalan live Genshin atau HSR soalnya gue pengen gacha sih. Gue pengen gacha weapon sih besok. Biar bisa cepat bikin video guide-nya Kafka. Ya EGY. Oke, kalau gitu gue udah dulu. Thank you semuanya udah like, share, subs. Thank you buat kalian udah nontonin sampai akhir. Di sini ada Nonchan, Roda,
Amin, Iksan, Unol, Chris, Deko, satu lagi, Iqbal, Iksan, Cus, Rizky, Pak Lancelot, Tri, Ahmad, Amin. Ya, thank you semuanya guys ya. Thank you semuanya. Nah, kalau gitu gue pamit dulu. Sampai jumpa besok. Bye bye. Oh iya, BTW kayaknya gue bakalan beli Armor Core guys. Kayaknya gue bakalan mainin Armor Core. Gue pengen coba mainin game mecha. Game mecha. Armor Core 6. Gamenya From Software lagi, cuman mecha gitu loh, mecha Dark Souls. Tapi gue tertarik sama gameplaynya, jadi kayaknya gue bakalan beli sama mungkin gue bakalan streamingin. But let's see, apakah kuat nge-stream di PC gue? Soalnya berat banget kelihatannya. Grafiknya apa semuanya gila kalau mau ngeload sebegitu banyak. Terus dia kan ambience gitu kan, dia partikel full gitu loh, tembak-tembak itu rudal misil itu semua partikel. Jadi agak berat kayaknya. Gua nggak tahu apakah bisa live di PC gua atau enggak. So let's see ya. Dah, intinya gue cuma mau ngasih info itu aja. Oke, kalau gitu gue udah dulu. Thank you semuanya. Bye bye.